Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yes, Tadwini al Daman. What is going on? Yes, how are we? Nothing antin, the mantin. What is going on? Let me just get my ball bearings together. Let me just pattern up a little quickly. That's what happens, them unplanned streams. I hate when I don't really plan a stream in advance and I just do everything at lastminute.com and all of that. Let's get into it. Yeah, so what's been popping, my brothers and sisters? Iwarama, Yes, Saturday evening. Let me just put everything together. How is everyone? Yeah, man, I wanted to get into this story that I've been seeing. I wasn't really going to stream, but something popped up to me, so I thought to myself, let me talk about it. Let me see how it is, and just put the camera in there. Yeah, and it's the case of, I think it happened, when was it, yesterday or day before, I'm not really sure. Kind of rocked the whole world, and there's a label, there's a tag, there's something tagged to the story in it here that I want to speak about. And if you don't know, it's about Jake Davis, I think that's his name, and that was the Plymouth incel. And Abdi's took the piss already, man. Well, I didn't even see that. Apparently, oh Lord, astaghfirullah, man. Ain't even a funny thing, but I'm gonna get into that. That's the subject how we're gonna pick up on today, man. And it was kind of shocking. It was shocking when I saw this, and that tag, that label, the incel, not Ridley, the incel bit was kind of labeled to it. So, Abdi, I don't know, you're stirring the shit early. I know it's Sizzling Saturday night. Gillen Hora Nugubalaute. Gillen Hora, he was on the red pool, of course. You're gonna see some of the evidence. Just see what it's saying. Let me just get into it. Let me get into the case. And yeah. Ooh. Yeah, sorry. Don't know why it flashed off. Alaikum salam. Yes, sister. Yeah, so we're going to get into it, man. This is the story I wanted to get into. So hopefully, let me just boom blast. Can you guys see? Alaikum salam, wallah, F.A., wa salam. He was on a red pill. He was on this. I don't know, he's a madman. That's all I can say. So we're going to break down, and I've got a couple of videos. So today, the incel's on trial. Damn. Any of them man that's screaming at this red pill shit has to have a look at themselves. After they hear this, after they watch this, so we're going to have a little look at it. And yeah, and again, anyone, please, please hit up the like button, hit up the subscribe. It goes a long way. Helps out the independent content creator as I am. And well, it's our channel in it. Well, so I'm good after. Okay, it's showing enough. So I'm going to give you a little thing. And you give me big up. This is a trademark from Paul Man's podcast, but he's got a little saying, HBO, help a brother out. Help a brother out. So when you hear HBO, that means hit up the like button, hit up the subscribe, and get see anything. I was going to say, yeah, so let's get into it.
Police received several calls at 6:11 reporting a man firing a gun close to Biddick Drive. Jake Davison had shot and killed his 51-year-old mother, Maxine Davison, inside a house. He later left the residence and shot and killed 3-year-old Sophie Martin and her 43-year-old father, Lee Martin, on the street outside. Police say he then moved further down the road and opened fire at a 53-year-old man and a 33-year-old woman. Both are currently in hospital but aren't seriously injured. From there, Davison went to a nearby park where he shot and killed 59-year-old Stephen Washington. He then went to Henderson Place where he shot 66-year-old Kate Shepherd, who later died from her injuries. Davison then turned the gun on himself. Our crime correspondent, Martin Brunt, reports.
On a balmy summer's evening, a motorist's dashboard camera caught a chilling moment in an unfolding horror. A figure crouches over a shot victim, a woman who later died in hospital. Down the road, no one else seemed aware of what was happening. 2 weeks earlier, on his own YouTube channel, gunman Jake Davison was clearly a troubled young man.
I just don't have any willpower to do anything anymore. You know, I know a lot of people say, "Oh, that's weak-minded, that's pathetic," but dude, it's like how many years I've been working out, how many years I've been wanting and dealing with all these frustrations.
Davison's neighbours soon learned how he'd dealt with his frustrations.
Just after 6, my son was up there, obviously with his friends at the dog park. He said he heard a big bang. He said he don't know if somebody got shot or stabbed, so he come running back to me, told me, we ran up. Times we got up there, police were on scene, and obviously they were doing CPR on some person, don't know if it's a lady or a man.
I heard a bit of a commotion at the back, and helicopters coming. An helicopter came over and landed in the field. And then there was another helicopter outside hovering and then going around. And there was police cars going up and down the street and sirens everywhere. And all of a sudden, they all went up here, up Biddick Drive behind me, and just literally covered the place.
In a 12-minute rampage, crane operator Jake Davison shot dead 2 men, 2 women, and a 3-year-old girl. He injured another man and woman. The bodybuilder shot himself dead as armed police arrived. It began when he kicked open a door and shot dead his mother, Maxine. Davison had a license to own a gun, but why was he allowed to? The chief constable said his force issued thousands of gun licenses a year.
We do take firearms licenses away from people when they come to notice the police or family members raise concerns, later to restore them once we're assured. That will form part of the inquiry. When was it granted? Was it granted correctly? Was it ever removed? Was it ever restored?
Do you know yet whether he held a license last night?
As I understand it, Martin, right now, he was still a license holder last night.
On social media, Jake Davison talked about guns and watched videos about guns. Witnesses said he killed his victims with a pump-action shotgun. Police were speaking to witnesses to the shootings and urged others to contact them. Martin Brunt, Sky News, Plymouth.
Yeah. Yeah, so that report was kind of interesting, man. I didn't even know people are allowed to own guns in the UK. It's the first time hearing about it. I wasn't even aware of this. Yeah, 707. That's exactly what I wanted to get into. I wanted to get into why wasn't this called what it is? Because I looked at the definition of terror. Terror is causing threat and harm to others. And wasn't that a terrorist attack? Or was it a lone gunman? Already they labeled the incel. They called him an incel straight away. So stuff like that. So I was thinking to myself, that was one part of the question I wanted to get into. Yeah, but I wanted you guys to watch this. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't even know that as well. You could own guns. I wasn't even aware. That's what I was thinking. I wasn't even aware of the situation that you could own guns. Like this guy was a crane driver, bodybuilder, and then he made a YouTube video. That's what I want to look into. We're gonna find out. I think I've got the video. I'm looking to know the character of this guy, because straight away when they said this guy was subscribed to the red pill, he was an incel. You know, I was thinking about certain, man. I was like, shit. You get me? So if we've been heavily speaking about feminism, yeah, red pill brothers and sisters, gotta take it out with this one today. Let me just pin up the chat. I didn't even see. I didn't even realize I didn't even pin it up. So, god damn it! Wait, let me get into it. Where's the video that I wanted to get into? Man, like, what did he say? Psychological warfare. My brother's got mad. I'm gonna pin that up. Man said it's black. That ain't no black pill, brother, man. Come on, man. That's it. It's the incels, the guys that very hard no worry. We're no worry. So which one is it? Which is the video that I'm trying to get into? I got a couple of videos about it. But this is the one, yeah, this is the one I wanted to. Man said it's the black pill. I can't believe that. Nah, I don't even know if there's a black pill. Same shit. Did he say it feels almost whatever? Yeah, man. We all know that, man. I bet you every time any Muslim that heard this story, what? Gunman, going loose. And as soon as I find out what, ethnicity, what background it is, the media just went on this. They ran with the incel thing. Because you're going to see in the guy's videos, isn't it? You're going to see. So that's why I think, I don't know. We're going to break it down. We're going to look at it. So let's just have a look. Let me just see what it is. Sorry, guys. I think I got the wrong one up.
Sometimes, terminator or something.
Check it out. Right, so yesterday in Plymouth, Devon, in the United Kingdom, a horrific tragedy occurred, which I won't be able to talk about directly here because I get my video age limited or taken down by YouTube, but I'm pretty sure you'll have heard what happened by now. And the tragedy involved 2 women, 2 men, and a 10-year-old girl alongside the perpetrator of the incident, who became like a self-aware, independent and self-reliant cake and topped himself after he'd done what he'd done. Now, obviously, when we're talking about innocent people and a 10-year-old child, the guy that committed this horrific act is an absolute loser, even before we find out anything about him. But as usual in these cases, the people that do these things come like Piers Morgan talking to a black, transgender, non-binary Meghan Markle supporter, in the sense that they're massive attention seekers, which often gives us a revealing insight into the minds of these kind of people. And in the case of the Plymouth Complex, also known as Jake Davison, he was a YouTuber who was also an incel virgin. Now, if you don't know what an incel is, incel stands for involuntarily celibate, which means they're the type of person that finds it harder to get a shag than a carpet store that's going out of business. Now, in the case of Jake Davison, aka Professor Waffle, and many other incels out there, these men are quite aggressive and angry about the fact that they're a complete failure when it comes to building normal, healthy relationships. And because Jake Davison was a YouTuber, he took to the internet to voice that frustration. So without further ado, let's take a little look at a clip that he uploaded shortly before he went on to do what he was going to do. Check it out.
Because I can feel it. I remember when I was 16, 17, 18, just looking at a girl, I could feel it, just and I did have girls into me. I had girls into me. I had them into me. Fucking stupid, ridiculous mental barriers.
So in that clip there, you can see that man like Jake Davison is lamenting the fact that he couldn't get a girlfriend due to what he calls mental barriers. Now, most people on Earth have experienced insecurities about the way they look at one point or another and have had some difficulty handling rejection. But when it comes to the incel community, these people let those feelings spiral out of control until they become dangerous and extremist misogynistic thoughts. And in the next video we're going to take a look at, you're going to see Jake Davison begin to express those misogynistic thoughts in a completely unhealthy way. Check it out.
A lot of women are very simple-minded and they ain't all that bright. Social media and thinking they're princesses and all this. They grow up. A lot of women are pretty simple-minded. The only thing they understand is that. You talk about intelligence, smartness. Women don't give a fuck about none of that unless you got that.
So now you can see Jake Davison, a man who was critical of himself and appeared to understand that the reason he wasn't able to build relationships with women was due to his own insecurities. Now begin to put that blame on the women themselves, making out that women are only interested in looks and money. Now, aside from the fact that he's homogenized all women and seems to view women as a monolith, some kind of hive mind that doesn't have the ability to act independently from each other, you can also see that Jake has begun to absolve himself of any responsibility for the things that are happening to him. Women don't like me because I'm not rich and I look like a bargain basement Rogan. Nothing to do with the fact that I'm an absolute weirdo who spends his time frequenting chat rooms on the internet for incels. And speaking of chat rooms and the internet for incels, let's take a look at one of his weird, worrying Reddit posts in which you can see the true extent of his absolute mental weirdo-ness. Check it out.
These are Smile Direct Club aligners. They're laser cut.
So I recommend you pause it and read through those posts and you can see where a man's head is, and it's clearly already in an extremely unhealthy place. And then coupled with the YouTube videos that he was putting out, you can begin to see that my man's spiraling into a state of hatred and extremist views. And as time goes on, Jake Davison gets even more incoherent in his ramblings and begins to make videos in which he's saying even more warrior stuff. Check it out.
It's like, I'm at the point now where it's like, why do I even bother? Like, for what? You know? I'm still in the same house, same situation, same position. Still, everything's still the same for the most part. It's just been me against the world. It's just been me fighting an uphill battle with a big rock on my back. You know, while I'm seeing that don't deserve half.
You see how he's pointing to himself there? Because what he's saying there is these people don't deserve half of what I deserve, yet here I am struggling. Basically, he's feeling sorry for himself. Now, when you consider what this guy went on to do, it makes you understand that he did what he did because he's a spoiled little brat that felt sorry for himself. So he went and acted as the Grim Reaper to fight innocent people because he didn't have a big enough pair of bollocks to handle life.
But anything, they're getting a free ride to the top.
No one's getting a free ride, Jake. You're just too much of a pussy to handle rejection. Now, I understand that everyone finds it difficult. I find it difficult to handle rejection. But you know what? The more you do it and the more you go through something, you build up an immunity. Unless you're so fragile, you can't handle it and start feeling sorry for yourself. But anyway, the next statement he makes, when you consider what he's done, is super chilling. Check it out.
The whole premise of the Terminator movies is that, you know, everything's rigged against you. There's no hope for humanity. You know, we're on the brink of extinction. You know, these machines are unstoppable, killing machines that can't be beaten, can't be outsmarted. But yet, humanity still tries to fight to the end.
Now, I don't know if this guy's ever seen Terminator before, but that's not the premise of the movie. The premise of the movie is that humanity becomes so arrogant, so aggressive, but so reliant upon war to make money that they develop an AI which then makes humanity obsolete. So out of their arrogance, they bring about their own extinction. And when you think about the fact that Jake here arrogantly believes that all women are put on earth to be objects, to be coveted by men, you could take a couple of lessons from that movie, couldn't he? But anyway, here comes the truly spine-tingling bit when Jake, a man who committed the most serious firearms offense you can possibly commit, said this.
I know it's a movie, but it's, you know, I like to think sometimes, you know, I'm a Terminator or something, and despite you know, reaching almost total system failure, he keeps trying to accomplish his mission.
And then a few days after releasing this video, my man went on a shotgun rampage around Plymouth. And you know one of the craziest things about this story? This deranged, unhinged guy was fully licensed to own a firearm. I mean, he wasn't even anonymous online. A quick Google would have told you that he was a nutter, yet you've given him a firearms license. And another thing I find mental is the way this so-called incel extremist community online has been completely ignored by the mainstream, despite being incredibly dangerous to society. And don't get it twisted, they're definitely extremists. But when it comes to law enforcement and the media, they're treated like a bunch of loners who just need a shoulder to cry on. For example, when the news broke, the police service and the media were so quick to make sure this guy wasn't labelled as one of these, despite the fact that what he'd done is committed a clear act of... But anyway, I want to put something out there, let you guys know that I'm trying to make this a full-time living and I really need your help to do so. So any way you can support me would be greatly appreciated. And if that's something you could possibly do, please, please, please head to the description box and sign up to my Patreon today. It's only the cost of a cup of coffee or something like that, and you'll be doing me a massive, massive favor by doing so. So please take the time to do that if you've enjoyed this video or if you've enjoyed any of my videos in the past and that. So yeah, I guess that about does it for today. If you've enjoyed today's video, don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Smash that like button and turn the
Yeah, man. What do you guys think, man? Talk to me. Yeah, man. Brother said it the best. I mean, my bro. But the incel community, they're going under the radar. They're getting under the radar. What you saying? I like the bit where the guy ended it. And he goes, "Yeah, why do you think the government ain't checking some of these guys, man?" Because this community, I'm not gonna lie to you, I only bumped into them. You know these terminology. I only bumped into them. Trying to speak about the Somali community and stuff like that, and then the incels. When we know we got some incels in our amongst our ranks. I want to see today. Today is the perfect day. Rad. I beg you, come on today. Today is your day. I'm gonna call out one brother in there. I want him to come out. I hope he's listening. Yeah, today's his day. These guys with the extreme red pill sort of narrative. Yeah, what? Yeah, he killed himself as a coward, innit? Yeah, because this is what they do. You know, they inflict harm on other people, especially that demographic of guys that actually. And why? You know what? Yeah, how the fuck is true? How the fuck did the guy have a gun license? Where he was a crane driver. And I gotta admit, crane drivers, wallahi, they make like a decent amount of money compared to other people. Like, I don't know, not like top money, but they're alright. Because I work in the construction industry myself, I know what a crane driver makes. Yeah, he did it, yeah. Yeah, straight away, that was the first person. FA, he did his mum first. Boom, Slanto Huidis Bukubulabe. Then he went down the road. His youngest victim, I think, was a 3-year-old or 5-year-old little girl. You get where I'm coming from. Alaykum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, my brother. Uncle Salam, mate. You get where I'm coming from. Well, in the UK, this is what I'm saying. How? I never thought the UK was like this. The guy had a pump gun in the middle of Plymouth. Yeah, he killed his mum first. He started off with his mum. Boom. I got another video that kind of breaks it down. Yeah, man, he went ham. This guy went crazy. So, and again, yeah. He killed a young girl that was adopted, apparently. Well, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's look more into this. And I got another video that's going to be breaking down the mental psyche of these guys. Yeah. Now, I don't know, Have you, look. At the end of the day, yeah. Some of these, what do you think some of these incel brothers, even we had them even on our panel, I think a lot of them, they've got real deep down issues with females. If I hate to say, FWM. That's what I'm trying to say, because straight away, I don't know, man. Just smells of incels, this red pill shit. Yeah. Yeah, but like I was trying to say, the video earlier kind of explained it very well. Like, how comes the community, how comes the media, how comes no one's picked up on these guys? Yeah, you see, Adan culture is what's promoting incel. Yeah, man. I don't know if it's Adan culture, but it's seeping in. It's seeping in. It smells. I smell it. It's all over. As soon as I heard the story, when I watched the YouTube videos the guy was doing, what he's talking about, the guy even referred to Terminator. Who knows about Terminator? Everyone old school knows about Terminator. That was a mad film, innit? It was about, and then I was thinking to myself, the Terminator quotes, everything about him. But I didn't get he lives in Plymouth. He doesn't even live in London. He looked like he had a decent little job. And I thought to myself, yeah. I thought to myself, like, what the hell? And then when the story I try to unpack it, and then I found another video, and then it kind of disturbs me. It kind of makes me think this type of movement or this type of thing that's seeping in, and young men are listening to it, and all that built up anger towards women is kind of crazy. So when you're hearing this, I'm looking at certain man like, are we talking to future? I don't know. You get where I'm coming from. So yeah, it is kind of crazy. Yeah. We love them. We want to end now. We're gonna beat it out of our brothers anyway. Nah, man, I don't know, because you know it is psychological warfare, broski. I'm trying to come from this angle where, like, it's that narrative. If you watch this next video, let's watch this next video. It's that narrative. You get where I'm coming from. I don't think it's just antisocial behavior as well. Was he 21 years old? I'm not sure how old the brother was. But the guy, I'm not even gonna call him brother. The guy, I don't even know how old the guy is, but second. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, guys, just bear with me for 1 second. Yeah, man, they start wrapping up. I don't know if it's just YouTube videos, man. I don't know, man. Maybe it's to do with the person's behavior pattern. That's what I usually think. Let me see. Where am I going? Yep, there it is.
Jake Davidson, and he committed a mass shooting. This is Jake Davidson, and he committed a mass shooting. I'm about to play now one of his last videos he uploaded to his YouTube channel. I think he was trying to be a YouTuber or something, but he was talking about how down he was feeling before committing a mass shooting, where even young children's lives were taken.
I try, and I always keep trying. But it's like, I'm at the point now where it's like, why do I even bother? Like, for what? You know? I'm still in the same house, same situation, same position. Still, everything's still the same. For the most part, it's just been me against the world. It's just been me fighting an uphill battle with a big rock on my back, you know, while I'm seeing that don't deserve half of anything. Now they're getting a free ride to the top. The whole premise of the Terminator movies is that, you know, everything's rigged against you. There's no hope for humanity. You know, we're on the brink of extinction. You know, these machines are unstoppable, killing machines that can't be beaten, can't be outsmarted. But yet, humanity still tries to fight to the end. And I know it's a movie, but it's, you know, I like to think sometimes, you know, I'm a Terminator or something. And despite you know, reaching almost total system failure, he keeps trying to accomplish his mission.
The 22-year-old you just witnessed shot 2 women and 2 men and a 3-year-old girl in a deadly 6-minute spree in the area of his city on Thursday evening. Police said the incident was the worst mass shooting in Britain since 2010 and was not terror-related. In the online videos, Davison spoke of being beaten down and defeated by life. Jake Davison, who killed 5 people, including a young girl in Plymouth, was a licensed firearm holder, police have revealed, and also said that emergency services were called to Beddick Drive shortly after 6 p.m. on Thursday, and 5 people, including Davison, died at the scene and 1 died later in hospital. They said the weapon used in the shooting had been described by witnesses as a pump-action shotgun, but police are not confirming that at this stage. Mr. Sawyer said a firearm had been recovered from the scene and officers were not looking for anyone else in connection with the incident. He said, "We believe we have an incident that is domestically related that has spilled into the street and seen several people in Plymouth losing their lives in extraordinarily tragic circumstances." The police received calls to an address on Beddick Drive at 6:11 and unarmed and armed officers arrived within 6 minutes. Mr. Sawyer said multiple shots had been fired from a firearm during that 6-minute period or so. He said Davison murdered a 51-year-old woman who was known to him, with police believing there may be a familial relationship. He went out onto the street where he immediately shot and killed a very young girl. He also shot and killed the male relative of that girl, who was aged 43. Davison then shot another woman, 53, and a man, 33, on Beddick Drive, who remained in hospital with injuries not thought to be life-threatening. He went into a next park where he shot a 59-year-old man who died at the scene, and then he moved into another area where he shot a woman, 66, who later died at hospital. Eyewitnesses have told that Mr. Davison turned the gun on himself, taking his own life. The police are working at 13 scenes and said that they would examine Davison's computer hard drive and social media posts as part of the investigation, because he was putting up these videos online talking about he was depressed, which would have been a motive for the situation in his own eyes, but everyone else don't see a motive for the people he's targeted. They're just innocent people. Never ever get why people that are feeling down want to target innocent people. It's just an all in all horrible situation. In the online videos, Davison said he was socially isolated, struggled to meet women, and made references to incels and misogynistic online groups, involuntary celibacy, men who blame women for their sexual failings, and who have been linked to a number of violent acts around the world. Signing off on an 11-minute video, which appears to be what he last posted, Davison said, "I know it's a movie, but I like to think sometimes I'm the Terminator or something. Despite reaching almost total system failure, he keeps trying to accomplish his mission." Posted on Reddit 3 weeks ago, Davison, who claimed to have a job as a crane operator, also discussed firearm laws. He wrote, "Mass shootings cannot be directly blamed on guns. Plus, there are a lot more guns in Europe and the UK than people think," he added. Elsewhere on the site, posted in a group for virgins, he complained about being a virgin and stated, "I cannot attract women at all." YouTube and Facebook have confirmed accounts belonging to Davison and are removed for violating policies, a lot of these posts. It's said that Babcock International, a security and defense engineering company with sites in Plymouth, confirmed Davison had worked as an apprentice since August 2020. BBC said, "Shock is the word I've heard over and over from local people. I've spoke to several people who lived there, and all of them said it could have been me. One father told me he had his little girl in the car. When he saw people in the road, he was about to drive down, waving their arms at him. They were saying, 'Don't come down here, there's a shooter, get away.' Other people said their phones have been ringing non-stop with people checking their safe. It's a quiet community normally, but one priest said everything felt particularly quiet as people reflect on what's happened." This map of the event shows, number 1, where the gunman shoots dead 3 people on that Beddick Drive, 1 at a house and 2 in the street. Number 2, you will see he shoots and injures 2 more people on the street down the road. Number 3, another man is killed on the road we spoke about, Parkland. And number 4, the gunman fatally injures another woman and then takes his own life nearby. Now, of course, the government and also the police and be raising questions about the rules on firearm licensing all over the UK. Already they're speaking about it in interviews.
When it comes to firearm licensing, that is absolutely what the police oversee. And clearly, I will be asking questions. definitely in terms of local policing and raising this with the Chief Constable. But I think right now, the tragedy happened last night, and there are a lot of issues, implications, lives have been lost, people have been murdered. This is absolutely tragic and devastating. And for the entire community right now, this will be deeply shocking. So obviously that's where the focus is. There'll be a range of questions that will inevitably be asked, and I'll be doing exactly the same for the conversations and the discussions that I'll be having with the Chief Constable.
The Jake Davison last video lasts like 11 minutes long. I've got it now. I downloaded it. I managed to find a video. I'm going to put up on my Instagram at Fezzify for you guys to watch it. I'll leave a snippet for you guys now, but the full video will be on my Instagram on IGTV.
Oh, we must like think it's some romantic movie or some, you know, teenage romance movie or something. Like, no, I don't think of it like that. But here's the reality. You can say what you want. Oh, teenage relationships are fleeting. They only say that because teenage relationships are fleeting. A breakup after is usually bad. But here's the thing. When you're young, when you're fresh, and your hormones are raging, that's when you feel it most intensely. That's when, you know, you desire and love most strongly.
Guys, thank you all for watching this video. As always, make sure you subscribe and press that notification bell to be updated on my next videos. And follow me on Instagram at Fezzify. Drop me a message. Feel free. I'll see you on the next one. Peace out.
Yeah, guys, it makes me think, man. Fucking no. Yeah. How much do you think it's got to do with narcissistic behavior? I don't know. I thought someone told me he was a crane driver. I don't know if he was working at Amazon. Yeah, but the guy, I don't know, man. Up in Plymouth, 23-year-old. I'm looking at these man's ages, though. And I'm thinking, you know, what is he? He's Gen Z, obviously. The guy was not 21. Now he was 22. 21, 22. I swear to God. Thingy, this person killed me. I don't know who this is, yeah? They're like, what? That's what I was thinking when I first saw that. I was like, raw. When I heard the man's age, I was thinking to myself, fucking hell, bro. He looks way older than me. I was thinking, like, yeah, what was just got 23, 22? Yeah, the whole world, like, I don't know, man. I just don't get this new generation of young men that's turned to this. Like, I know I've noticed it under the 25s, and has the internet become their teacher and no life skills? I don't know, man. So what are you saying? So they're reverting to going online and learning how life is. Well, I'm shocked. Like, and it's a lot of them these ages. And I think we've got another case. There's another young killer as well that I was looking at, because the more I was looking into this insult thing, I was thinking, raw. Like, what is going on with these lads? And I've clocked it. It's a lot of Gen Z generation. Yeah, what did my man say? That's not no, I'm not generalizing, but a lot of the madness, is coming from you, man. There, like, all this madness that I'm hearing, like jumping online saying Terminator this, Terminator. I was thinking, how are you talking about Terminator, yeah, when you're fucking only how old? You get where I'm coming from? I was thinking to myself, you're only that old. Like, how are you talking about Terminator? So that got me thinking. It's definitely narcissism. I don't think it's narcissism. It's mixed with something else. And it's just, you get me? Plus, you know what I look at is this deep down hatred. You get me? Yes, it is. Because I'm looking at his age. Yeah, someone said, to be honest, some of these guys, I don't know if it's a messed up upbringing. I wouldn't say that as well. Innit? Yeah, I'll just say, like, yeah. Because I was trying to think of his age. I was thinking, raw. Are you talking about Terminator? And boom. I'm thinking, why is this like movement so infectious and it's affecting young men? You get where I'm coming from? And then you got the likes of, I don't know, I think Kevin Samuels, a lot of guys that actually, what's it called? Actually, what can I say? Yeah, you got the likes of Kevin Samuels and people actually sponsoring this thing and perpetuating it. So it's getting to a madness where the guys are hating the girls are hating the guys. So it comes down to, what is this? Is this the society? Is this society? Is this the new like warpath? Because you don't know. We don't know. I'm scared that this is gonna affect our community. And it is. We've heard some of these rhetoric. I've heard some of this rhetoric live on the panel. Yeah, what did he say? Lack of morals, poor upbringing. Well, there's a lot of excuses, but I'm trying to look at the whole. Because I've heard some of this rhetoric. Yeah, there's another one that I wanted to look at. There's another case I wanted to look at. This guy's another incel. I think this happened recently as well. She said it's jealousy for others. I don't know, Walolo. I don't know. I feel like a lot of this, like, think about it, the young 22, what would make Had Khalifa here, the young 22-year-old, is it, I don't know, maybe social media's got a big link to this. Because nowadays, everyone just looks at someone else's life. I don't know, sister, Miss Hirsi. I don't know, Miss Hirsi. I don't know, maybe some people just look at someone else's life online and starts comparing it to their own. So yeah, I can see where the jealousy is. But would you say that would lie in the modern times that we live at? Because from a flick of a wrist, you just look at, like, you know how it is, man. Bare people just looking at, you're big up to one of the sisters. I don't want to say her name out loud, just in case. But wallahi, mashallah, thank you. That donation was a long way, sister. Jazakallah. Thank you very much. Yeah, but yeah, let me carry on. What was I saying? Yes, I mean. Yeah, that's some of the situations. That's some of the things I wanted to do. What can we do as a community? That is the type of question. This is why I want to flip it up as the Muslim Ummah. We open it up. You give me my brother Osman is in the pitch, I think. So we're gonna open up. What can we do? We've got modern times like this. You get where I'm coming from? Because I'm for gonna say, yeah, let's make the dua and all of that. But you know, SS, I like to say, what's the next step? What will be the next things? What will be the preventions? You get me? Because there is a couple, I see Miss Hirsi, there is a couple of parents. People do have sons. So what would be the next sort of محاور then? Model Somali, let's be one step ahead of the game. Because you've heard this live on our panels as well, innit? Some of this rhetoric that the guy was spewing. So I just wanted to get into this video. So yeah, let me play this video for you guys. I think you guys might sit back and... That's a solution. I like that, brother. You've come up with... Can a lot of them talk about this though? Is this true? What do you guys think? I want to hear that. Yeah, let's tell them man to make hijrah. But what's hijrah gonna do? If this is stuck in you, a lot of people say, "I'll do hijrah this, hijrah that." But if this is deep down something inside you, yeah, big up Ali Umar. I didn't even see you in the building. Alaykum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I don't even know. But what about this, man? I wanna throw that out there. I wanna throw that out for everyone in there, man. Is there such a thing? Do men actually have that? Should men actually do this? Because wallahi, I don't know. Something has to give. Ooh, that's true. But if we're seeing this rhetoric pumping up with Rugman accent, I know it's important and all of that, but at the same time, we do have to it is seeping in, and I honestly see how that 22-year-old. I've actually not. I've heard some similar rhetoric like that. And if you go into the streams, you think to myself, "Wow, where are you getting all this hate from? You're a young man. You should be going out there. You should be doing your thing." And I don't know, I'm not doing your thing, but rare tete, you know what I mean, man. Yeah, I know what I mean out there, but it is different times that we do live in child and tribulation times. So I wanted to look at this video. I wanted to hear your thoughts on it. So sit back, let's see. Cut down on the social media. I don't really think so. I don't think someone could do that now. Do you think we're beyond that stage of cutting it down? That's what I'm saying, because it's so accessible. Like, I'm coming from Abdi. It's like it's on your phone. It's everywhere. So to cut that down, I don't know. Would you encourage these men to go out there? Would you go seek help? Speak about your issues? This person say. Yeah? What do you think about that? Europe's kind of smashed it. This individual said, I don't think men expressing their thing would change anything. Because a lot of men don't even express one. So, I don't know, man. Yeah, big up. Salam alaikum, Sister Talk. Sister Talk, yes. What do you think about this? That's the question on the board. And we're talking about, she's just tuned in, we're talking about the recent Plymouth killing. Do you get where I'm coming from, Walalo? The recent guy that killed, it was about 2 days ago, he killed a lot of people, and he was an incel. Literally. The rhetoric was about the guy, he was an incel. That's the label that he put on him. I would have said he's a white terrorist. When I looked into the case, I thought to myself, I started looking deep into it. Why would this guy do this? He was posting videos about it, heavily on the red pill movement. And this was about 2-3 days ago. He killed he just went on a mass murder spree. So they've tagged incel, and it's kind of crazy. So we were just looking at the incel movement and why did the hell this happen? You get where I'm coming from? It's kind of crazy. So it is kind of mad. So I found this. I wanted everyone's point of view on this sort of thing. Yeah, well, I see. I'm gonna play a video. You call Google. It's the Plymouth mass shooting, and you can see straight away incel guy that kills Inton, and he talks about his hatred towards women and infested in his head. 22-year-old guy. So let me see what this. Let me get into this. Guys, is there no audio? Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. Yeah, sorry, you guys can't hear anything. Can you guys hear me? Let me see what just happened. Do. Give me 1 second. I think I know what I did.
Welcome to my scientifically informed insider look at mental health topics. If you find this video to be interesting or helpful, please like it and subscribe to my channel. Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today's question asks if I can comment on the mental health, personality, and behavior elements of the community known as the incels, so the involuntarily celibate. Now, the members of this community and some of the specific people I'll be talking about are, of course, real people. So I'm not diagnosing anybody here, just speculating on what could be happening in a situation like this. So as I indicated, the term incel stands for involuntarily celibate. And I've only really ever heard this term referring to males who want to have sex with females. I suppose it could be used in other situations, but again, I've only heard incel used in that way. So the word involuntary, of course, means that someone doesn't have a choice. And in this case, the word celibate means not having sex. Although the original definition for celibate meant someone who doesn't get married. So the not having sex part was really implied with the not getting married part. Now, the incel ideology, I'll just call it that, ideology, is distinct from the MGTOW ideology. That's the men going their own way community. Although technically someone could be a member of both communities at the same time. Now, this construct, this incel construct, is more than just heterosexual males who are unable to find a partner. There's an underlying ideology behind this community. So just like with any philosophy or ideology, the beliefs are going to be on a continuum. And there are people who identify themselves as incels who don't necessarily believe in the more extreme elements of this ideology. It's worth noting that some of the incel forums restrict the posts containing violent or extreme views. So we see some self-regulation in the community starting to happen. In this video, I'm really going to be focusing on the incel ideology in the context of extremist behavior. So what does this incel ideology look like? Well, the first thing to understand is it's not a well-organized community. It mostly exists online, and some of the online communities have been abolished or restricted. And we saw this with Reddit some time ago. They banned the incel subreddit. But even within this fragmented community that is not standardized, we do see some literature detailing some of the more common beliefs of this group. So as I mentioned before, the incel ideology is more than just men frustrated because they are not successful at finding a female partner, but rather it's a form of male supremacy. Members of the incel community, I'm just going to refer to them as incels. Incels believe that they have the right to have sex, and that when women are not attracted to them or withhold sex, those women are violating those men's basic rights, the basic rights of the incels. This group seeks vengeance against women in general for this behavior, but they direct a lot of anger toward the most attractive women. They refer to these women as Stacys. And they direct a lot of anger toward the most attractive men who are having sex with the attractive women. They refer to these men as Chads. So in the incel ideology, you have attractive men who are Chads and attractive women who are Stacys. And of course, the incels don't fall into either category. They're not Chads. They actually despise the Chads, and they're unable to attract the Stacys. And of course, they also despise the Stacys. Now, specifically looking at some of the incel groups that focus on vengeance, we see the incel rebellion and what's sometimes called the beta uprising or the beta male uprising. So what we see here is that the incels believe that a relatively small number of very attractive males have sex with attractive females, and therefore the incels cannot compete with them, with the people they call Chads, and they cannot have sex with the people they call Stacys. They believe that these men have an advantage because of online dating sites and social media sites that tend to focus on attractiveness and not on other areas where the incels may have an advantage of their own. So a lot of this is really about the physical attractiveness of the Chads, as they call them, and the Stacys, as they call them. Now, we see in reviews of website postings, which is really one of the ways we understand the incel ideology, because it's not studied well in terms of research at this point, that many in this community advocate violence against women. I mentioned that before. And there have been a series of violent incidents tied to people who identify themselves as part of the incel community. The number of violent instances is really unknown because we don't know what everyone was thinking at the time when they commit crimes. But there are a few crimes, specifically murders, that seem to be clearly tied to this ideology. Probably one of the most well-known occurred in Isla Vista, California on May 23, 2014. A man named Elliot Rodger killed 6 people and injured 14 others before killing himself. He left behind a 137-page manifesto and social media post talking about his involuntary celibacy and how this is what led him to commit these murders. He described himself as the perfect guy and the supreme gentleman, which are 2 references we hear later on in this incel community. He also believed that he was superior and the true alpha male. So he had some really strong kind of extremist beliefs. In Roseburg, Oregon, on October 1st, 2015, we see a man named Chris Harper Mercer killed 9 people and injured 8 people before killing himself. He also left behind a manifesto that mentioned how angry he was that he did not have a girlfriend, and that manifesto mentioned Elliot Rodger. In Aztec, New Mexico, on December 7, 2017, we see a man named William Atchison kills 2 people before killing himself, and he used the pseudonym Elliot Rodger in online forums. So again, kind of connected back to the incel ideology. In Parkland, Florida, February 14, 2018, Nicholas Cruz kills 17 people and injures 17 others. Cruz had previously posted online that Elliot Rodger would not be forgotten. In Toronto, Ontario, April 23, 2018, a man named Alec Manassian drives a van through the North York City Center Business District, killing 10 and injuring 16 people. He was arrested after trying to provoke an officer into shooting him. We see that he made social media posts where he referred to the incel rebellion and to Elliot Rodger. And the last one I'll mention here occurred in Tallahassee, Florida, November 2nd, 2018. A man named Scott Byerly killed 2 women before killing himself. It was later discovered he identified himself as an incel, and he also mentioned Elliot Rodger in social media postings. So with all this in mind, we see a great deal of disturbing behavior, murderous and criminal behavior, that's associated with some of the people in the incel community, which brings us to the idea that there may be mental health and personality characteristics that are different for this community as compared to the general population. So first, looking at the personality aspect, I'm going to use the 5-factor model to describe the potential personality profile at work here. So the 5-factor model contains 5 big traits. I remember them through the acronym OCEAN: openness to experience, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. So the typical profile for a member of the incel community, again, especially someone who has an extremist view, would be low openness to experience, but that wouldn't always be the case because there could also be high openness to experience where sometimes we see psychoticism. Low conscientiousness, in general, I think that would be the case. Low extroversion, low agreeableness, but again, not always, because sometimes if somebody's quite agreeable, they tend to trust people. And what could happen here is people could build trust with other members of this incel community, and that could lead to violence as they start to be easily influenced by others. In terms of neuroticism, typically we would see mid-range to high neuroticism, but again, there could be exceptions here too, especially if somebody's violent. They may actually have psychopathic characteristics, and that's typically associated with low neuroticism. Now, in terms of narcissism, we would expect to see a higher level of narcissism, but I think more so vulnerable narcissism as opposed to grandiose narcissism. So with vulnerable narcissism, we see characteristics like somebody who has a lot of resentment, shame, they're pessimistic, hypersensitive to criticism, socially awkward, having low self-esteem, self-hatred, and internalized anger. Now, just because somebody has this type of narcissism doesn't mean they couldn't have externalized anger as well. Because with grandiose and vulnerable narcissism, sometimes people move back and forth between these two expressions of narcissism. Now, another dynamic we see here is that the members of the incel community are socially isolated. They're dependent on the internet for connectivity to the outside world. So they feel rejected. They find others who feel the same way, and they commiserate, and this leads to increased frustration, anger, and sometimes to violence. So this kind of makes sense if you look at the personality profile and how that personality profile could interact with being socially isolated, or how it could lead to being socially isolated. Now, on the mental health side, we see a lot of speculation about a number of different disorders. And one that I've seen a lot is narcissistic personality disorder. But I would think this is actually not overrepresented with people who call themselves incels, because NPD is really an extreme manifestation of grandiose narcissism, not vulnerable narcissism. But again, we could see some instances of narcissistic personality disorder. It's also possible that we would see some paranoid and maybe even schizotypal personality disorders. Both of those are from the cluster A personality disorders. And we may sometimes see schizophrenia, which of course has a relationship with psychoticism, like delusions and hallucinations. Now, I mentioned psychopathy before. We could also see antisocial personality disorder. There's a bit of an overlap between these constructs, but one of the differences with antisocial personality disorder would be, of course, it's an official mental disorder, but it's also associated with a higher level of neuroticism, whereas psychopathy is really tied to low neuroticism, right? So we could see some antisocial personality disorder, but I would think this wouldn't be particularly common. Now, what may be more common in terms of mental health disorders would be ones related to depression, like major depressive disorder or persistent depressive disorder, disorders related to anxiety, like social anxiety disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, panic disorder, and agoraphobia. And we see a lot of speculation around autism spectrum disorder and how that disorder may be overrepresented in the incel community. Now, within this ideology, within the incel ideology, there's a lot of focus on physical attractiveness and the idea that incels can't compete with people who are attractive because attractiveness is the only thing society is concerned about. Physical attractiveness is an important predictor of successfully forming a romantic relationship, but it's certainly not the only predictor. My guess would be that for many of these people in the incel community, their mental health symptoms and personality traits contribute to them having trouble getting out to meet people and contribute to them being rejected. These same mental health symptoms would also magnify the effect of rejection. So put another way, we would see a low level of resilience. They would not have the same ability to bounce back once they're rejected. Again, with that vulnerable narcissism, they're hypersensitive to criticism. So criticism is really going to hurt them much more than it would hurt other people. And I think this is what sets off this kind of cycle of social isolation and maybe in some cases moving toward more extreme beliefs. So one question I hear about incels quite a bit is, are they dangerous? Well, I think when you see an extreme level of almost any ideology, there can be dangerousness associated with that. So there will be a small portion that represent a threat. And we see that in these attacks that I mentioned before. But for the vast majority of incels, it's unlikely that they would be violent. It's important to remember that these individuals are suffering, and many would benefit from mental health care. And some of the related mental health symptoms do not facilitate someone reaching out and looking for help. For example, social anxiety disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, agoraphobia, and depression. So those disorders are associated with somebody not looking for mental health treatment. So it really creates kind of a bad situation where the symptoms themselves tend to prevent the treatment. So as mental health professionals, we need to be aware of some of the challenges that would be experienced by members of the incel community, and also be aware that in some instances, there may be a level of dangerousness which should be addressed. So I know whenever I talk about topics like being involuntarily celibate and other areas like this, there are going to be different opinions, people who agree and disagree with me, and who have other thoughts. Please put those opinions in the comment section. They always generate a really interesting dialogue. As always, I hope you found this description of the incel ideology to be interesting. Thanks for watching.
Did you know that you can make money?
Yes, hello. Salaam alaikum, sister.
Wa alaikum assalam, brother. How are you? And how's everyone in the chat doing? Inshallah, you're well.
Yes, we will, man. How you doing, Walalo?
I'm good. Well, alhamdulillah, I'm good. Your video came up and I was like, oh, I wonder what's today's stream. But subhanAllah, I didn't even hear about
the Plymouth.
Yeah,
the Plymouth incident. Yeah, it happened 2 days ago, and I've been busy. And then today I thought, you know what? Yeah, had a little rest day. You know, been busy this whole week, and as I woke up, I thought to myself, you know, let me look at what's going on. And then this story just stuck out. Walalo. I don't know why. I don't know. I think it's to do with the recent topics we've been covering, the conversations, and when I looked into the Jake, what's his name, Jake Davis incident, a 22-year-old man, I think 23. I saw it. Some of the videos that he was putting up there was disturbing. I'll play it back for you. There's a bit that I wanted to analyze with you. Alhamdulillah, you came on and I was like, yo, this is perfect person to kick off this conversation with, innit? And MPD, I was looking at MPD, vulnerable narcissism. There was words that, you know, in that video that I was just playing with that guy was sticking out. And comparing these, like, and then I looked at the Robert case, and this world is crazy. The more you dive into it,
it really is.
What?
It really is. What did there's Dr. Todd? I really do binge on a lot of his content, so I'm glad that you put him up today. So with there's a really interesting case, 2016, and I actually did a study on this, which is Elliot Rogers, the guy that he mentioned. So he was, I don't know, I think half Filipino. And wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Sorry, sis, let me just hold this. Someone's just coming on.
Okay.
Hello? Assalamu alaikum. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Alaikum salam, brother.
You're right, brother. You're cool.
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I think you need to switch off the YouTube. You're listening to YouTube. You got some.
Yo, bro. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm all good on that. Carry on, bro. Let me just listen to the intro and that.
Yeah, do you want to mute up then? You got some background noise. I don't even know. Let's get on to it, sis.
Yeah, so going back to the Elliot Rogers 2016 incident. So this guy was, subhanAllah, just reading of the, I guess you'd call like his biography that he left behind before. So he shot up 6 people. And generally it was to do with, and he's actually got, I don't know if they took it down, some of his YouTube videos. So he would post on YouTube and he would talk about like how, you know, hot he is and how women don't find him attractive and he hates women because, you know, they're going out with all these like losers and he's this, you know, alpha male and he's a symbol of, you know, this grandiose personality. So what I like to study people's mindsets, like, especially with all these new contrasts and concepts that are going around, it's very, very dangerous, very, very dangerous. And when you're vulnerable and you're seeking some kind of belonging and some kind of acceptance from the world, you will accept anything. Because to be honest, if you think about it, like even a lot of the things that people have shared on this stream before, they've spoken about, you know, how like with the MGTOW and the red pill and this, that, and the other, they're some good, right? They're, you know, they're almost going off the ideology of like, you know, what we believe in Islam, some of their concepts and stuff. But even if we look at like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us in the Quran, you know, like alcohol, if we use an analogy, alcohol, clearly Allah tells us there is some benefit, you know, in alcohol, but the negative outweighs any good. So a lot of the times when people go to these new age kind of movements, there is some good, like don't get me wrong, there is good, inshallah. The intention to start off with was something that was of benefit, but then over the time it gets corrupted And obviously now we're here shooting up people and taking innocent lives, subhanallah. So we really need to be mindful and just not take things that we hear face value, I think.
I know. I'm just looking at this rise and where this movement manifested from, because that's what I'm thinking. I don't know. Like, I'm looking at all these young generation. Even the Elliot, I've got the case up there as well. I wanted to play that video, but I thought, let me play it later on. Case of Robert Elliot, and the more I was looking at this, and I think Miss Hipsy said it here perfectly. What is this vulnerable narcissism? And that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, is this true? Is this society alienating these people? Why isn't? Because at the end of the day, I'm thinking, well, how does a 22, like, if you see the guy himself, Jake, how does a 22-year-old pick up a shotgun and just start spraying and lacing people?
Firstly, it's
how does it get to that situation? Yeah.
When it gets to that situation, it gets to there long before, there's any intervention in that person's life. And to begin with, sometimes a lot of these youngsters have come either from broken homes, or there isn't some kind of need that wasn't met for them, or there's also, they've had everything that was available to them. Maybe they had a good upbringing and whatever else, but there's just this imbalance. So a lot of the times, when we look at people's brains and how it forms and develops, sometimes, it could be a test from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and people do experience, the frontal lobe or certain parts of the brain don't develop as it should, for whatever only Allah knows. But instead of seeking help, also, I think what happens is when people feel like they don't fit into society, they almost become shunned, or they don't, look like the type of person who society would deem as successful. So now we're throwing and making these young people, solely dependent on their physical aspects. But we know when we depend on our physicality, that's not something that's tangible. That's not something you gave to yourself or I gave to myself. But when we stay away from, like a lot of people, I think even on the last stream, a lot of people throw around saying, oh, when things get hard, people turn to religion. And to be honest with you, it's not that people turn into religion. It's because when you have a firm grounding on things, what you internalize, you get to have a sense of value, right? Religion tells you to take care of other people, to take care of yourself. Like, you'll be accountable to a higher being. Like, there is a sense of authority that goes above you and me. So of course it's going to have certain parameters that we should, adhere to. But then obviously, even within religion, there's extremism. But a lot of these people is because ultimately they're lacking something, and they're looking for whatever that is, wherever they find it.
What do you think of Miss Hericy's question here for us on the panel? Do you think have they lost hope in society? Well, that's why I'm looking at a lot of men losing hope in society. And something that Professor Todd was bringing up was a bit profound for me when he was saying they're fixated with the Stacy and what's the other name? Stacy and the looks. They're not this guy and I can't get Stacy, and is it because society keeps selling this image? And I was saying this earlier in the stream. Is it because of this? The phones, the social media, the constant access that you're looking at someone else's life and comparing it to your own. Is this what's happening to the incels? And is this what's manifesting in these young men? Because, I'm not going to lie to you. I've been hearing this rhetoric as well on my panel, on this. That's why I thought to myself, you know what, let me just do a little stream. I was just planning to do a little freestyle. Do you get where I'm coming from?
No,
but this stuck out. When it stuck out, I thought to myself, you know what? Let me see what the community thinks about this. Let me see the Somali there, because we've been hearing it.
Of course.
And
that's what's alarming, is that sometimes we think, oh, this is not, it's not going to impact us, and we're almost above what's this. But the thing is, you are a product of your environment. So whatever environment that you get marinated in, that's going to shape your views on things. That's going to shape your perception of the world. So of course, it's going to affect our young people. Unfortunately, I think every community is going to be affected by this. But even just look at, for example, I don't watch TV, alhamdulillah. But even if we look at, what do you call it, Love Island. right? Sometimes I get random things on my feed on YouTube or whatever. And, you know, subhanAllah, just the way, so we've actually society deemed fit, and there's millions of people that tune into that show all worldwide, and now it's gone to the States, and or maybe it came from the States. I don't know how
I think it started
started,
from
but-
Britain. Because I remember going in Hargeisa and everyone's like, oh, Hargeisa's become like Love Island, and I was like, that's the first time I heard about this show. I think, what the fuck's this? And then I see everyone talking about it. But what do you mean when you're saying Love Island? I want to elaborate more on that. Wallah.
So this is what, like, if you see the majority of the people that go in there, they're selectively chosen. So they choose the most beautiful men and the most beautiful women. And generally they set up these scenarios where now it's all about picking one another, or who's the prettiest, or who's the fittest. And it's all very hypersexualized. You know, majority of the girls there are very wearing any clothes, vice versa for the boys. So we've basically, do you know what? I have a video that I actually came across today, and I was going to share it and do a topic on it on my channel. But if you mind, it's about 11 minutes.
Send it to me.
It will give us
send it on the back
chat. Yeah?
Yeah, send it to me. Send it over.
Find it, because I think this would really, and he's another psychologist that I really, you know, I don't take everything he says, but a lot of the things that he shares are very beneficial, I think, in today's world. So I'll just send it to you. Wait, I have to find it on YouTube. I'll mute myself and then I'll send it in the background.
Yeah, no problemo. I'll try keep the audience warmed up. Yeah, man. Ali Umar, I told you, man. This thing is serious, man. This thing is serious, bro. It's serious, like. Ooh, social media has a huge part to play in it. Yeah, but if social media has a big part of playing it, what about telltale signs inside a community? You know where I'm coming from? Inside the household, there's some people are going through this incelish behavior. But at the end of the day, imagine this, man. Those people don't even want this. But imagine Somali, like, sit on, and we have been here, and I'm not gonna lie to you. Ever since we've been doing this conversation, the incel community. It's funny how they're not even coming in today. You get me? The incels want to Sierra Carnia, and I really wonder, I would love for them to come on the panel today and, you know, back the red pill. Back it. I want them to back it to the fullest as they can. My brother, big up. Salam alaikum.
Yes, Kel. I tried to ring you earlier, Walala. What's happening?
Thank you, Walala. Did you?
Yeah, I tried to call you earlier. I don't know if your phone's on voicemail, man. How you doing? Are you right, yeah?
Alhamdulillah, Walala. How you been?
What's this I'm hearing? It was an interesting convo, man.
No, because do you know this convo came up with the whole, you know, the guy in Plymouth?
Crazy.
There's a story in Plymouth recently, and this guy went on some mad, hectic spray and kill. Do you know where I'm coming from? Walala. And then at the end of the day, so we've been hearing these incels. There's a lot of brothers that have been coming on the panel with this incel sort of behavior. Do you know where I'm coming from? This red pill movement. And the guy that actually committed the thing was actually a heavy, he subscribed to it, 21-year-old. And I've been hearing this from a lot of the young men, the young brothers that have been coming on the panel. Do you know where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
So after I've been hearing this and all that, so I thought to myself, you know, it's Saturday, I ain't got nothing to do. Let me stream, and I just brought up this topic, and it is affecting a lot of young men. And then the sister, thank you. Oh, bang. Let me bring it up. Thank you, Jazakallah, sister therapy, and yeah. So we thought let's bring out this topic. What's your thoughts on this?
No, because you know what, I was just gonna jump onto. You know, like I do estate management, innit? Like private estates. And like we work with like 60 big apartments, like the biggest estate in Europe at the moment, but it's all private, it's like a gated community, right? So let me give you a little breakdown on it. It looks like them little flashy areas, you know what I'm trying to say to you? So there's all these little, so we've got a post room, we've got concierge, we've got everything in there. So you got these Instagram girls. So they all get contracts through Boohoo, wherever you call it, innit? You know, all these big contracts.
Yeah.
So, bro, like it's like a little game, innit? Monopoly game, how I see it, innit? And these are the people that
When you
people
say-
are chasing. I know these.
Hard talk. Hold on. When you say Monopoly game, what do you mean?
Alright,
Explain to me.
let me break this down to you. So Boohoo, wherever these little model companies are, they send it to these little girls, right? Yeah, or girls, and then they model it, and then they put it on Instagram and they put it on social media. Hypnotize little girls, make them look like their life is classy and whatnot. Yeah, like sometimes some of these girls don't even live here. They'll bring a bag with them, like with 10 different clothes in it. Yeah, they'll literally go around the back. They'll get changed, put another dress on just to get the background picture. Do you get it?
Are you trying to say, is it because I think sister talk was talking about this earlier, yeah?
Crazy, man.
And she was talking about this hypersexualized community.
Crazy.
Because I'm not gonna lie to you, I jumped on what's it called? TikTok on Monday for the channel, innit, yeah? Subhanallah, I'm like, raw, what's going on? And are you trying to say this sexual hypersexualized community is affecting these young men? Because they can't get these girls and
the
it's
little
going
girls.
nuts.
Don't forget the school them little girls that feel they like a little girl in school feel insecure about herself, and she's in primary school. So it's just like it's having an effect on these guys that are doing what they're doing, and it's having an effect on the little girls. It's just a cycle now, isn't it? Self-hate is building self-hate on people.
Like I don't know. It's fathomed it. I don't know, bro. Because I grew up in a generation without social media.
Yeah, no, of course.
Do you think this was more undercover? Like people didn't really know they had these treatments in them. But do you think social media's actually inflamed it to the max where constantly you're comparing your life? And imagine young people right nowadays, they're looking at someone else's life. Little behold, that little Boohoo model and a little Uber. I don't know. And these,
now you realize some of these little
Right.
girls got 1 million, 2 million followers, and people are just chasing that up, isn't they?
But how long is that going to validate these young women? Because I don't know.
Crazy, man. And you know what though? Especially how like West Africa. I don't really see that much Somali girls involved in it, but a lot of the African girls are getting these contracts, and they just—it's not even that much though. All I know is just. You know what I mean? It's instead of these brands.
Yeah, but do you know what that ends? Do you know because I've been? Do you know? Do you think that ends up into fans only and all of this shit?
Yeah, of course.
And then it's hyping the males up. But listen, I really wanted to play this video that sister sent.
Please do, man.
It's an 11-minute video. Let's just have a look at it.
I would say it's exactly the opposite, actually. I think it's reverse. I think the way it is presented is wrong. I think the ability to thrive in intimacy, an integral part of intimacy skills, this ability is inextricably linked to the capacity to maintain and enforce personal boundaries. In personality disordered patients, both the ability to thrive in intimacy and the capacity to maintain and enforce personal boundaries, both of them are sorely compromised. People with personality disorders don't do intimacy. They can't do intimacy. Even if they are driven to have and to do intimacy, they want intimacy. They desire intimacy. They fantasize about intimacy. It's nothing they want more. They can't. They don't have the necessary skills. And they are compromised by the fact that they don't have personal boundaries. They don't have personal boundaries because the separation individuation phase in the childhood of people with personality disorder, this phase of separation from the parent and becoming an individuation, was disrupted. The parent breached the child's boundaries, did not allow the child to separate. So the child turned adult, has the same problem. He or she doesn't have personal boundaries. And how can you have intimacy without personal boundaries? Now, in most literature and many self-styled experts, they get it wrong. They put the cart before the horse. They say that in intimacy, you should have strong personal boundaries. They don't realize that you can't have intimacy without strong personal boundaries. Intimacy, however fleeting, whatever the nature of the intimacy, even if it's merely physical intimacy in a one-night stand, all intimacy is a tightrope act. On the one hand, intimacy involves the disclosure of vulnerabilities and the relaxation of firewalls. In intimacy, we open ourselves up in full view, and we disclose shortcomings, failings, vulnerabilities, soft points, chinks in the armor. We become vulnerable, become exposed. And so this is one major component of intimacy. We put up these firewalls, we put up these protections and defenses and fortresses and moats. We put them up to ward, to fend off, to reject unwarranted or coerced attention. We want to keep out people who try to impose themselves on us with no respect to who we are, what we want, what we don't want, etc., etc. So the first act of intimacy is dismantling these defenses. And this is exactly exposing vulnerability. But on the other hand, real intimacy entails the maintaining of personal autonomy, agency, self-efficacy, independence. In other words, real intimacy is about separateness, is about being separate from the person you're intimate with. Separate and together. It's like a Venn diagram where you have these two circles and they have an area in common. That area in common is the intimacy. But intimacy maintains the separateness, the autonomy, the independence, the agency, the self-efficacy of its constituents. Intimacy is a balancing act between separateness and togetherness, sharing commonalities and having a private life separate from the partner, where the partner sometimes have no access, when without feeling insecure or challenged or damaged somehow or angry. So on the one hand, you open up. It's like opening the borders after COVID. You open up and you allow the intimate partner to come in. But on the other hand, you don't give up on yourself. You don't suspend yourself. You don't become nothing or a nobody. By allowing the other in, you are actually sharing your uniqueness, your separateness. You bring into the bargain that which your intimate partner does not have. Your world, people in your world, experiences, memories, things that your partner does not possess and now has access to. Intimacy is an act of generosity. To attain intimacy, one needs to feel sufficiently secure of one's core identity. There's no intimacy without identity. You need to feel sure of who you are, your self-worth, your self-esteem. You need to have internal regulation, and you need to have personal boundaries. You need to feel so safe within your personal boundaries that you don't mind to invite a guest in. You don't feel invaded. You don't feel threatened. You don't feel annulled or annihilated, or you don't feel that you're absorbed or assimilated. You don't feel that if you invite someone in, you're going to disappear because it's going to take over. It's going to body snatch or mind snatch. So only people who are secure of their core identity, self-worth, self-esteem, internal regulation, and personal boundaries, only secure people in secure attachment styles, only they do intimacy well. And so the mentally ill, they tend to enmesh, they tend to engulf, they tend to merge and fuse with other people. And as they do it, they disappear into the other person, and they expect the other person to disappear into them, like a chimera, an organism with two heads, a twin flame, a soulmate. So mentally ill people, on the one hand, disappear into the partner, but on the other hand, terrified by this process of self-annihilation and rebirth, resurrection, phoenix-like within the partner, Terrified by this process, they push the partner away and they flee, they run away, they escape. And this is known as the approach avoidance repetition compulsion. It's fear of abandonment on the one hand, and fear of engulfment, fear of disappearing on the other hand. This dysfunctional attachment style is the outcome of twin contradictory anxieties: abandonment or separation anxiety, and engulfment or enmeshment anxiety. The young people, I mentioned the young in my lecture, young people today have, the majority of them, have insecure or dysfunctional attachment styles. They don't know to do intimacy. They don't have relationship skills. They confuse intimacy with engulfment, or they confuse intimacy with a threat. They regard it as a threat. Why? Because they've had no other experience except meaningless, emotionless, casual sex. Hookups, nothing else. Majority of them have never been in an intimate relationship. By age 25, they have zero experience at intimacy. What do they have experience in? The opposite of intimacy. Ersatz intimacy, fake intimacy, the one-night stand intimacy. In 1/5 of the cases, the other person, the other party remains anonymous, nameless. It's a stranger picked up in a party. No one knows, you know. And in the majority of these encounters, both parties are drunk, senseless, wasted, drugged. So the young, youth, the generation, millennials and the Z generation, they have tremendous deficiencies in relationship and intimacy skills because they don't have the chance to experience intimacy in relationships because the code, the sexual script, the romantic script of today is that I'm cool if I'm detached. I'm not clinging. I'm not needy. I don't need you. It's a form of psychopathic defiance. It's a form of contumaciousness. I don't need anyone. And I just want to use your body for the night, and I'm not going to bother you after that because I'm not dependent on you. I'm independent. It's mass psychopathy. The younger generations are technically, clinically psychopathic. I hope I answered your question. I mean, I'm very pessimistic, very, very pessimistic. The very foundation upon which the species, the existence of a species depends, the very foundation had been undermined tremendously in the last 60 years, tremendously, irreversibly in my view. And it negates our biology. It negates our hormonal systems. Our body is built for intimacy, built for relationships, built for procreation, built for togetherness, built for community. We are constructed, we're machines, built to be social and loving. And yet, everyone is telling us, academics, I mean, everyone is telling us, love is outdated. Go for the sex. Don't dare to evoke emotions or attachment in any of this. Be cool. Be empowered. It's a pernicious, toxic message propagated by a pernicious, toxic establishment. No wonder there are conspiracy theories about how the elites want to eradicate the non-elites. It definitely looks like it. I don't think there's any conspiracy. But it's shocking. Shocking what the academic establishment is doing to our young and had done to our young. It's a crime against humanity. Nothing short of that. And yeah, and feminists as well. I agree. Yeah.
ST, where do I start?
It is powerful.
I got my
don't think this
notes. I got my
man-
notes. Waka. We're going in personal disorder, bondings, deficiencies. We're going into intimacy. We're gonna go into separation and togetherness. God damn it, where do we start? Jeez. Sam Volks, the sister Selma said, "Well, I'm gonna put his link in the channel right now for you." Powerful.
Check him out. He speaks a lot about narcissism and, you know, like he's also a professor. He's wrote in so many books. I don't know 100%, but from what he said is that he actually coined the terminology narcissism back in the, I don't know, early 90s. So, and he's also been diagnosed as a narcissist or sociopath. I don't know, but he does
Himself?
a lot. Yeah, he speaks a
Shit.
lot about it.
Oh,
And he's really knowledgeable. I've definitely learned a lot from him, so I would recommend him.
I want to get into the personal disorders. That bit interests me, wallah. And the bonds. What was your intake on that?
So for me, from my understanding and from my sort of background in terms of the knowledge when it comes to how relationship established, firstly, like he said, it's within our DNA, it's within our biology. It's something that as a human being we crave, to have intimacy, to have that intimate connection. Generally, it's assigned with attachment styles, so how we've formed to attach when we were younger. But again, it just doesn't depend on your childhood, because as you get older, it's about you finding identity. So I think identity is such a big key. And this is the problem, I think, with a lot of us, is because we don't have a sense of identity. We don't have a sense of self. And he said when it's intimacy, it's it's two people coming together, but as he formed a circle, and in the middle, that's the bit of intimacy. But what we do is we get these two big circles and we almost enmesh. So women expect the other partner to fulfill them and to give them happiness.
When you say
Men do the
enmesh,
same.
what do you want to go into that one?
Yeah, of course. So enmesh is basically is like a chameleon. So if you come to me today, Khalid, and you share something with me, it's like I now share the same belief as you. So, and it's also people that they talk about it as love bombing. So people who like constantly, when you meet someone, very quickly they want to establish some kind of connection with you. And generally for girls, we could say, the man's always calling her every morning, or is, wanting to find out about her day, or so it's someone who kind of builds a false pretense of connection, but very, very quickly, because the process of getting to know people takes time, right? Like we don't just, delve and divulge our vulnerability and express ourselves straight away, because we don't know if this person's got a good agenda or a negative agenda towards us. So generally when we meet people, what he said was boundaries. We have to have a sense of boundaries within ourselves, which is not oversharing, first and foremost, which is not, because what you're doing now is you haven't even vetted what kind of people are safe. And sometimes we put ourselves in a situation where people end up hurting us because we're expecting them to fulfill that connection with us. But if we're not bringing anything to the table, and that person's not bringing anything to the table, it's almost two shells. And like you said, then it just becomes about the physical. And that's unfortunately what we have done. And as you already mentioned, but sadly to say, by the age of 25, like the generations after us, and also our generation.
Millennials, do you think we were affected with this?
Of course, definitely. Of course.
What do you think of Europe's statement here as well, Laura?
People have one-night stands that are not incels. I don't think that was where we were going. Do you know, the thing is, I feel like as people, maybe it's best to like sometimes we can just take one word, hear what we want to hear, and then
I think he had that in a video, and then he tried.
Yeah,
I think the guy
like
was talking.
it's not about incels or anything like that. I think what the gentleman was referring to was the issue with intimacy. So let's look at intimacy as an umbrella, and then all these other things kind of come underneath it, like narcissism, incel, all of these things, because people don't know how to form connections. They don't know how to be intimate with themselves, with other people. So that's what now we have, all of these other movements starting from.
Sister Noor, if someone asks you a question, do you want to grab that one?
A lot of diasporas come from cultures which see male emotional expression as abnormal. Yeah, definitely. How do we change? Okay, so how do we change things? Is it okay for men to talk about their problems without becoming stigmatized? Definitely. I think men should talk about their problems. But the thing with me, when it comes to men talking about their problems, because someone might say, well, we also want to see men in a position where we feel safe with them as women, and we want them to protect us. But I think as a man, it's incumbent on you to find an outlet for yourself, whether it's through, like I said, professional help, whether it's through connecting to a male kind of group setting. So definitely, I feel like everybody should talk about their problems, and especially for men, because I think men are not given the same leverage, unfortunately, as women in terms of expressing their emotions. The only emotion men are okay to express in society is anger. If a man shows anger, it's deemed as okay, he's angry. That's the only emotion he has. But we have various different emotions. So we have joy, we have disgust, we have sadness, we have anger. We have all these various different emotions, and if we don't know how to tap into them and regulate ourselves through those emotions when they come up, it's difficult. And we're all the same. We all have these emotions.
Sis, do you want to get into this intimacy, the dysfunctional? I don't know, what was that word that he used? I think I
Dysfunctional?
read. Yeah, dysfunctional intimacy. I wanted to get into that. What is that? We'll elaborate on that more when he was breaking that down.
Yeah, so dysfunctional, basically, even if we just use the definition of the word, it's something that is not
Working.
yeah,
Something
it's not
that's not
working.
correct.
Yeah, and is in fact something that could be debilitating for someone. So when we don't have intimacy in a healthy way, what it does is it becomes destructive, because as he said, now it's about me protecting myself from you, because I now put a wall up and I can't be vulnerable with you because you might challenge me, or because you might, expose my, chinks in my armor, as he said, my flaws. So now I have to almost be detached from you. And if we look at movies and how things are set up, even just look at a movie where, the rom-coms and things, a woman will meet a guy, this savior or whatever, and then the hero of the movie, they'll get together, and then somehow something will happen, and then they'll break up, and then now she's like, he's chasing after her towards the end to make the relationship work, and he'll cry to her, or he'll declare his love. Like, all of these things is what we've been programmed with in society about dysfunction. Even for women, movies that we've grown up with, Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty. If you look at the arbitrary of a lot of these kind of narratives that have been pushed to us, it's almost as if, a woman, she's this docile, it's like without a man, you can't really, the prince comes and kisses Sleeping Beauty. That's when she almost becomes alive. Before that, she's like in a coma or something. So like all these things have been programmed to how we perceive each other in terms of the opposite sex and what to expect from one another. And that's where a lot of the problem stems from, because we don't come into a relationship knowing ourselves as a whole, where now I can come and give, like he said, I can show you things that you're not exposed to. I have a complete different upbringing. I have, various different connections, so much of me that I can bring into the relationship, and vice versa. But when there isn't a sense of self, who are you going to bring? Your energy is going to be preoccupied with that person almost fixing you. So you don't have the opportunity to find yourself, because now you're enmeshed with this person. And generally, our natural biology is driving us when it comes to the sex department. So yeah, that's why we see a lot of divorces, because people don't know who they are. They're not secure in themselves. So when they get into a marriage now, and one of them is challenged or triggered, or one of them is, they feel too vulnerable to expose themselves, then it's like, oh, no, I can't take this. I want my divorce. Give me my divorce. Or the man says, you know what, I can't deal with this. I'm out. Because it takes effort to stay in a relationship to work. But why is it?
Do you think it's because do you think it's nowadays because even millennials and Gen Z don't have work ethic? Is that what it is? Is that part of it? Because they think, because like you said, they've been romanticized with Cinderella and been bombarded with images, of what it's supposed to be, and when it's not like that, everyone runs to the hills. Because I wanted to get into the bit where separation together, because I think you kind of hit that on the nail. Do you think that's a big part of why people are getting divorced? Because they don't know how to be separate and in together at the same time
Definitely.
in a relationship. Is that one of the main reasons? Because people don't
Definitely.
have self-discovery. Do you want to elaborate on that one a bit?
Yes, because
Break that down for
the
us.
thing is, when two people come together, like he said, you being secure in yourself means that when you come into that relationship, you invite another person because you're very secure, you're centered. But what happens is a lot of us, when we get into relationships, we bring in abandonment issues, we bring in rejection, past rejections, we bring in various different things into the relationship. And the minute that that person signals even a little bit of like them abandoning us, it's like we suddenly shut down. You know, we give people silent treatment. I'm sure a lot of people have said, like in marriages, that's the most destructive thing you can do in a marriage, is to give one another silent treatment and shut each other out emotionally, because there's no communication. And now this person is left to their own device to assume what you're doing and what you're thinking based on his past history references. So there's just so much confusion that builds up. And really, it's about, like he said, it's about having a purpose. It's about being separate and having a sense of identity and a sense of strong stability in who you are. And then when you come into a relationship, not being scared of being challenged or being, triggered or various other emotions coming up. Like, you're not scared of that because you know you can self-regulate.
Do you think a lot of millennials and Gen Zs are scared of that, to being challenged? Especially, if you come back from, like, especially our type of backgrounds, like, as a Muslim, as dad Somali, yeah. The only time you actually leave the house is Muka Gursenasid, right?
Yeah.
So, like you're saying, roughly 25, something like that, around about them ages, earlier, younger, Allah, yeah, and we're just talking about the people in the diaspora. Do you think that's one of the big mushkilats as well, Allah? And not a mushkilat, it's like, not being whole, not discovering yourself and entering these things, not being grounded.
What do you mean, sorry, for a young Somali boy growing up in...
No, just young people in general.
Of course, like the professor was saying, the problem is the household. Like, because they're like, when we look at people that don't have boundaries, there's an issue because their boundaries were violated when they were younger. So imagine now as a young baby, and your parents are giving you food and you don't want to eat, right? You don't, for whatever reason, but you would be forced to eat. That's a breach of boundary. Like, that's someone breaking your boundary. Say, for example, you've been upset or hurt or something really, horrific happened to you in school, and no one's sat down with you and spoke to you. And not that they beat you, because that's almost beating someone into submission. But that's what we do when it comes to children. We have this mentality of children should be seen and not heard. And unfortunately, that also depends on our parents. If they had the maturity or the level of maturity for them to know how to regulate themselves and then mirror that to us as a child, so now we can learn that off them. But because we never learned that, what we've learned is shut up, go upstairs, don't, and then you get sometimes hit, you get beaten. So you're already being taught that your body, is not sacred. Like, I can beat you up because I'm your parent. And, and unfortunately, our parents as well have this superiority complex when it comes to, the value of children. I don't think we value children as, uprising, mini human beings who are going to now go into the world and have to be able to survive. We don't teach them the relationship skills because we don't talk to our children. We will
maybe something,
give them a
maybe
house,
something,
and we tell them you should be grateful for that.
Yeah, but maybe it was just sort of, the way I don't know, because you gotta remember sometimes, our background, like, yada yada, it's not excuses, but the whole gaha and a lot of single mother households where a lot of people are under pressure and stuff like that. Do we tend to forget them things? So, because I don't know per se if you're talking about our community, but what do you think about this question here for you?
Yeah, the professor started that with a paradigm shift. Definitely, that it's occurred in the last 60 years, and coincidentally, correlates with adoption of liberation in the West. Definitely.
Yeah, that's
Very
the
much
one. What
likely.
about, I think
agree.
this one, what about Abdul Qais's question? on
How
the
can you
borders
make
here.
a westernized feminist into a submissive housewife? Our mothers told. Okay, so firstly, let's say, right, everyone has to be submissive at one point or another. So if the brother who said that comment, if you go to a job right now, you will be in a submissive role to your boss, to your manager, whatever company you're working for. So when we look at submissive, yes, we can say it's a woman's nature to be dominated. And when I say dominated, I don't mean oppressed in terms of power. It's more so of like dominance where we get cooperation, because one person has to be dominant and the other person has to almost acquiesce to that dominance. So when we look at Western women, I mean, to be honest, could we go back to the question? Sorry.
Okay.
Just to answer.
Done. Did he say where is it? I think it's this one.
Yeah. So the best thing I would say is our mothers
I think
is there another part to it? I don't know.
I think this is the other part.
Liberalism, secular paradigm will shift again. Women born in the 60s at the back of the first feminist revolution. Definitely.
About this, what about this question? Hard talk. The brother that was on the picture of us.
Little slap in.
Because I remember that when he said this, that video. Remember that video we played a couple of months ago? Lolo.
Yeah.
The child in the
That was disturbing. And that was just words.
That was just words.
That was just words. It wasn't even a slap or anything.
I wish I could find that video. Yeah.
Do you know what? Could you find it? I think that would be.
I don't know.
I had it on my feed today, and I remembered you played it.
Well, what do you think about that? That's some crazy deja vu, innit?
Yeah.
Because this guy just said it. It just popped into my head. As soon as I saw this comment, I was like, I wish I had that video to show you. You know what? That has some lasting effects. And that's what the professor was talking about as well. Especially with the incel community. You know, when the other guy was speaking as well, Professor Todd.
Yeah.
With the impact that stuff like that has to you. But people don't realize they carry it through.
So actually, I've got a perfect one, right, that I did a few weeks ago on this training. And I think this would be so amazing. Effects on children. So let's look at now children who've come from broken homes and who've experienced some kind of trauma, right? Compared to children who've had, what we'll deem as like a healthy upbringing. So I've sent you the link now.
Yeah, a nice one. I got it.
This is a different one. It's about, I think, how long is it for? It's about 6 minutes. Well, I'll look for the other one while you play that.
Yeah. I'll just bring it up. Bring it up right now. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, it was like a split. I like all it was like a minute, but that video kind of shows you just. It can have a lasting effect, but let me just see this.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, that can I don't know. I think that's how we grew up.
And the thing is, Huna, like, even we could argue the case and say
it's so normalized to us, innit? So
and say, well, you know what, back home we beat our kids and it was okay, and they turned out okay. I understand that, but
there's always that argument, man. If you look at it, like certain people could be like, "Oh, well, I got disciplined," and look at us.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're not exposed, so you're coming from your perception of the life that you had. So maybe for you, because certain things were aligned and, alhamdulillah, you had a purpose. Like we know back home from quite a young age, men and women very young get married, right? If you live in the West now and you're told to go to uni and, get a degree and all of these things, like there isn't a sense of, you don't get to experience a lot of those relationship like building years. You almost kind of just get put out into spaces where you feel vulnerable and you have to now put up all these defenses just to survive in the world. And then you see certain spaces you want to belong in, and people don't look like you, people don't talk like you, people don't have the same upbringing, same background as you. So of course things are different. So what might work one time, I don't think we should make that the benchmark for how everybody should now turn out to be. And no shade on our parents as well. Our parents did the best they can, but we have to also understand that we have now got the ability to at least, raise our consciousness and learn
and say,
do
you know
things
what?
differently.
They had these type of pressures, but we have another whole type of different thing. I'm not gonna high style like.
Yeah,
As
of course.
future parents, we have our own child tribulations, like stuff that's happening to subliminally. There's stuff that we can't even control. Like you see the incel behavior,
Yeah, definitely.
that's something like your parent can't control. And your computer, or you can't getting brainwashed and reading these things. I don't know. Lord behold, he does the madnesses. What do you think of this question on the board from Faye? Hey.
Yeah, the thing is, we have to find ways to break away from traumas and seek help in improving our lives, so we don't bring this into the upbringing of our future children. I mean, kids. I'm gonna applaud you, Faye. Hey, I think it's beautifully said. Subhanallah, beautifully said. Because the thing is, men and women come together. They both bring their own trauma, and then from that concoction, now they birth children into it. And now the children has their trauma with both of the parents' trauma on top of it. So that's why it's key. The foundation is finding the right person. Like, everybody has traumas. We all have things, but sometimes we have to really vet the people that we choose to bring into our lives, because those people are going to have a massive impact on 50% of the DNA of what our children's going to be born with. So we also have to choose wisely. But the thing is, nobody's taught us, and sometimes we don't choose wisely. And then on top of that,
But the vetting game, someone could show you a mirror image of themselves, and then lo behold,
do you know
think about that? Smoking mirrors. Come on, since we know this, man. It's the old saying there, man. Come on,
but that's
like
the
that happens in the
problem.
West as well.
Can I just say, do you know how mentally disturbing that quote that you just said sounds, that statement?
But it's so true. Somali
Do you know why it's true? 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 Because no one has done it differently.
Huh?
Because no one's done it differently. We just follow the same rhetoric and be like, oh, okay, this must be true. It's worked for someone. But then let's look at the divorce rate. Men, and women are, oppressing us. Women, and men are oppressing us. Like, so, okay, we'll use that analogy you said, but then where are we today?
Well,
what is
happening? Red pill feminism, بلا يا صباح دي والله. We don't
right?
know. What do you think about this question?
There are definitely solutions to the incel culture. I totally agree. They just require a lot of out of the box thinking and willingness to learn different ways to deal with conflicts. Definitely, because that's what it is, right? Like we've brought our children into a culture where they feel they have to feel entitled to the world. They feel entitled. They feel like, right?
I love that. Gen Z.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Wallah.
Like, even if we think of back in the day, like, when someone wins an award or something, you get the medal, you get the gold, the silver, the bronze. Now it's like just the simple fact that you tried, we give you a medal as well. And it's almost...
It defeats the purpose of achieving, doesn't it?
It does, because you know what, we sell, even we tell people you can be anything you want to be. I feel like sometimes, yeah, we can, but it can also give us this false pretense. Like how we talk to children, we don't teach them about resilience. We don't teach them about ethics and hard work. We don't instill these, disciplines in children from very young age. That's why when they hit pubescence or in their late 20s or early 20s, sorry, they go to uni, and a lot of them are in pubs and clubs, spending all their uni money. How many people have had degrees and they've been to uni and haven't done anything, and now they're probably working
I remember people.
as a cashier.
I know a lot of brothers and sisters that went to uni and just went there for their loans. But what do you think about this question, that this assumption on Luguture?
Hostile projections by assuming that this is incel ideology in our host. Okay. It's a reflection of our community. Are they really that prevalent among us? Do you know, I wouldn't say they are
But we're
to
hearing
the
it though.
masses. I mean,
But
in
we're
terms,
hearing it, sis. Wallah, we've been hearing it for how many? The last
but
couple of
it's,
streams.
yeah,
It's affecting. It is.
it's
The
true.
Plymouth. Look at the guy that did the thing in Plymouth. Wallah.
And can I just say, a lot of the people that were on before are like, I'm sure we've all heard it, where they said, if something was happening to someone or my neighbor, I wouldn't even make a phone call to the police. I wouldn't even get involved. Like, how dehumanizing? How much could you dehumanize? Because that's how it starts, small steps. I don't see you as anything. Like, for example, there was one thing that I took away from last stream that, wallahi, like, as a sister, like, I felt quite just frustrated with the last time that I was in here.
Let her unpack.
And
Let Dr. Khalid help you. Let me put the
Yeah.
therapist. Let's switch roles. Unpack.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
definitely. You can be
Go
my
ahead,
therapist
man.
today.
Don't worry, Dr. Khalid, man. Dr. Khalid. Forget talking to Frank. Let's have a conversation with Khalid. Go ahead, sister. Sit
But
down.
yeah, like,
I got my notes out. The Muraidi Baker. Go ahead. Unpack.
so it was the sense of, like, because I remember once I finished and then we did the debriefing thing, I needed to pray Isha because I delayed it, right? We were on here. So I ended up finishing Isha, and then obviously it was quite late. So I was like, I might as well pray Tahajjud. And wallahi, like, I prayed Tahajjud for every single one of us on the stream, right? Including those people who called me all those really like silly names, right? But what really hurt me was, like, especially when my brother, right, Ridley came on, and he was speaking about something, and I think I said along the lines of, like, what he was saying was very ignorant. And I can understand, he's not here right now, so I don't want to, bring all of this up. But there was one
It's in public.
he made, and he said that, because of you, Khalid, that he's going to respect the fact that he said he had so much more stuff, like vile words, vile words.
I heard that. I remember.
But he said he's not going to do it because he respected you. And when I went away, I thought, wow, like, how, like, in that moment, to him, from my interpretation of what I heard, was I was basically nothing. And the only way that he was even going to give me any ounce of value was on the premise that because you were Khalid and he respected you, that's why he wasn't going to curse at me and call me degrading words. And that really took my breath away. I was like, subhanallah. And then the other guy who called me Dur'il, right? Dur'il or whatever that was. And that, for me, I was like, wow, like, we sit here and we want to talk about, like, helping people. Because you know what, like, even I gave some thought to it, and I thought, even if we went with the premise of what some of these people were saying.
What do you think of this person's statement?
Khalid's platform that won't continue to insult. Yes, he did say that. He said that he was going to respect Khalid's platform, of course.
But since you're talking about the moment, so you're telling me you felt like after you looked back on that stream, you must have felt like, how did you feel? Like, I didn't exist. I'm nothing.
No,
how did that make you feel?
I knew I existed, and I knew that I was something, and that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave me inherent value, right? Regardless of my accomplishments, regardless of what people think of me or they don't. Like, I have inherent value. Simple, pure and simple. No man, no Ridley, no woman is going to take that away from me. So when I went away, after internalizing it all, what I found in my mind was, wow, like, we really don't value the human being, whether it's a man or a woman, right? Like, some of us in this world have brought down Allah's creation to the extent where we can dehumanize them. Right? Like, if we even think of, like, the qabil, the names that we were talking about, the interracial, and how it was valuable and important for a man to carry on his lineage. Like, for me, I thought back on myself and I was like, but the irony is, we're sitting here talking about something that someone had such a strong belief on, which I accept. I don't, disagree with that. But
that was the killer thing. Do you know what was hurting me, sis? When you were like, oh, go ahead. No, sorry to cut you. Go ahead.
But yeah, you're online and your surname is James. You've taken a president's
Legit.
name and you called yourself James as a surname. Like, and no shade to anyone. Like, it was just
no
the
shade.
irony of, like, how we can sometimes, like, when we talk about alignment, Khalid, and being ethical and having a sense of, what's the word that I'm looking for? Like principle. Like, we have beliefs and we follow. Like, there is no sense of alignment. Like, I can say one thing today, and tomorrow I can say whatever else I want. He's a smart guy, but he takes it too far. He needs to work on his delivery. Do you know what? He's a beautiful brother. Beautiful brother.
Very intelligent.
Mashallah, the way he articulates, the way he delivers, that's obviously a little bit of an issue. But the way he is in terms of what he was saying, it was beautiful because to find a brother who's very well versed and who can, decipher like the crazy nonsense that are sometimes out there when it comes to brainwashing young people. Like, I think, mashallah, he deserves respect for that. He really does. Subhanallah.
I wanted to ask you, the worst thing is, I kept noticing on that stream, you're like, I agree with some of your points. That was the worst thing. And I think that was going over the brother's head. It's like, this is the kind of agrees with you on certain points when it comes to this sort of feminism thing. You just need to hear each other out. And I feel like,
I
to
think
me,
it was
it's
a
like,
personal attack. Like, when we feel like I'm personally being attacked, the thing is, like, when we have an opinion is just here, right? I'm not married to my opinion, Khalid. I can have an opinion today. Tomorrow, maybe my consciousness elevates. I learn something new, and then my perception changes. So tomorrow I can come up with something a bit different, right? But I feel like when we become so rigid, and it's almost like, the thing is, right, Ilahi tells us in the Quran, like, he will not change of a condition of a people until they change what's within themselves. Now, if you want to use feminism to change yourself, that's your consequences. If you want to use red pill and all of these movements, that's your consequences. If you want to follow the shaitan, that's your consequences. Like, everything we choose has a consequences, right? And for me, I don't think people's opinions should be taken away from them, because that's why we have free will to choose what we want to choose, alhamdulillah. But at the same time, we should also be willing to hear. But when you're tunnel vision and you're like, I don't want to hear anything else, I don't want to hear anything else, no, that means you're not even sure about your belief. Your belief is so shaky that you need to now come up on a platform and scream it out for people to almost believe with you, because that gives you reassurance that, oh yeah, maybe this belief is okay. Because if you have a belief, like, that's the difference between us and, when we talk about religion in Islam, everything, alhamdulillah, we believe. So there isn't a sense of like, I need to shout out. Like, yeah, I can call you to dawah, I can give you my, dawah from the Islam, whatever. You take it or not, that's up to you. Ilahi tells us we're not the ones who guide people. Ilahi does. But when you become so rigid to the point where you start cursing and saying people that they should become a prostitute, and that you bring reverts into it, people who found Ilahi's deen, who came away from this toxicity that society has taught them to believe, and who chose a righteous path. And now we're here saying that, this, that, and the other. So I don't know. But anyway, like, that's my rant. That's my therapy session. That's my rant done.
No, but for me, it's like you said, Walala. You see, it's these movements, Walala, on both sides, innit? Yeah. If you say both sides of the equation, because I've met like female counterparts of Ridley, and you think to yourself, "Gosh, Lord, like what is it?" And it's this. I can't put my finger to it. I think it's some of them. I look at the same time. He's about 24, 25. There's a lot of, we all being 25, 20, them was ages, well, a lot. So it's that ages where I know that and no one could tell me nothing. So
yeah,
I say to my young brothers and sisters, like, there is Walala at the same time. I don't know, man. I don't like to make excuses, but I kind of feel it for them in a way. Because, some of the times I like to, doing this for the last nearly coming up to 2 years, I've kind of perfected one skill of, actually listening to someone. Instead of hearing them, I used to just hear people back in the day. Well, I used to just go in through one ear. But now, since I've been doing this, I like to hear people. And some of the things that they do face new challenges,
of course.
And especially going through some of like I said to everyone, I just joined TikTok on Monday and going through some of these things and seeing the battles that these guys are and some of the stigmas some men are facing now. I don't know. I see I kind of understand the man movement of speaking up, but I see this extreme side that is dangerous. Hence the Plymouth guy, like the 21-year-old that actually went and killed a lot of people. So there is a balance to it. Do you get where I'm coming from, sis?
Of course, I think,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
I think you're right. Like, we've all been very young at one point,
Mm.
and we've all been ignorant. And the thing is, there's nothing wrong with being ignorant, right? We all start off that way. You know, that's the beauty of life, is that we become there's a phase where we're ignorant, but then we encounter data or information from the outside world, and then that also, you know, changes us and evolves us, and we embody what we learn as well. So of course, there's various different ways that, you know, our journey can take. You know, I've shared myself even on my channel that I didn't always, you know, practice when it comes to Islam. It's only in the last, you know, late years in my life that, alhamdulillah, like I know it sounds quite shameful, but there was a point I didn't even pray, right? And I have no shame in saying that, because for me, when I do say it, is because I want to understand, you know, the transformation that Ilahi can take in your life. And that's what helped me to get closer to Ilahi, was to learn and to be, and it was because I got tired of the world. I got tired of the world beating me down every time, because every time I went and grabbed something as a form of success and happiness, it was nothing but pain, right?
Wasn't it fulfilling? Did you
It
feel
was a
like it
very
wasn't
different
fulfilling?
feeling. It wasn't satisfying. It wasn't fulfilling. And only when I really took my faith seriously and I said, you know what, I'm confused with all this. Like, everything was there. Like, feminism was always there. You know, this whole man movement, all of these things were there. Jazakallah khairan, sister. Ameen, ya
Big
Rab,
up
ameen.
FA, Aligana, the mountain, everyone.
Ameen,
You
all
know,
of us.
Somali speakers, Killigame Du'ain. I keep telling you, we make dua for everyone, inshallah. But
Yeah,
increase.
inshallah.
Carry on, sister. Carry on, sister.
Inshallah. So yeah, so all of these things, there is a process. And the thing is, we're not here to knock anybody's process, because at the end of the day, Ilahi tells us that guidance will come to those who it comes to, inshallah. And but all we can do is, inshallah, you know, be like, hey, are you sure this is the right way? Like, maybe think about it. You know, what do you think of this? And do it in a way where it's gentle and it's loving and it's compassionate. And also give people time, because sometimes people need to go through things in life for them to evolve and come to their own conclusions about things. So I think we all should be entitled to having opinions. But I'd also say take things with a pinch of salt, you know, like you find out there.
When you say take things as a pinch of salt, elaborate, sister. You know we don't do the half-hearted statements. What does that mean? What does that mean? Unpack it for me.
SubhanAllah. Take things with a pinch of salt really just means, you know, when you internalize information, verify it, or you know, don't take it literally. Like, I can listen to a video on YouTube and someone will tell me this is a way, right? Now, and the thing is, we have to understand there's benefits to things. Like, a lot of people that have like put themselves in these kind of platforms, they're coming from certain kind of experience. So whatever they're telling you, it's applicable to their life, but sometimes it might not be wholeheartedly applicable to your life, right? It could be very different. So what I'm saying is, we all have a journey, and take whatever that benefits you, inshallah, that the good outweighs the bad. Because if the bad outweighs the good, then there's a problem. Now we have the Plymouth situation, because I'm sure that young boy, you know, he didn't find a lot of women that found him attractive. He probably went through a lot of things where now he's like, you know what? I don't even care about women. I don't even want to get married. I don't want to have sex. But yet he's suppressing his, you know, desire. He's suppressing his biology.
He's
suppressing.
He's naturalism. He's suppressing
Yeah.
that animalistic side of, and using that
Yeah.
energy to do some chaotic. I know what does that make me think? Does the absent mind go wandering? So that's what's happening to this young generation.
Well, I think this young generation, unfortunately, the only purpose they have is success, and the success that they have, there is literally you know, you can't find happiness in it. So when, like, it's like now you set yourself a goal, like if you want to lose weight or if you want to make a certain amount of money, and you're like, you know, within 2 years I'm going to make this amount of money, or within 2 years or a year I'm going to lose, you know, I don't know, like however many pounds or stones. Now when you get to that, what happens next? Because that's what it is. We're just setting ourselves all these goals, but there isn't any like true purpose. In life, you need a purpose. You need a purpose that's greater than yourself. That's why a lot of people, when we
Alhamdulillah
talk
for
about,
Islam.
like, yeah, alhamdulillah, like Ilahi tells
Alhamdulillah
us,
for Islam.
yeah, or the Prophet, like when we are sad or when we feel, you know, like down, that maybe we don't have this or we don't have that, we should first look at people below us. You know, like if you have legs, look at someone who doesn't have, you know, legs. And if you look at someone who if you don't have legs, look at someone who's laying in a hospital bed. You know, like that's because in a way that gives us that humbleness. But then at the same time, we should also strive and stay in your own lane. That's the other thing.
Stay in your own lane. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, stay in your own lane. What does that mean? Because recently I had an argument with someone, innit? Yeah. I'll be honest, innit? Yeah. And this person's like, okay, you won. That kind of like, this was an argument a couple of weeks ago, and it's kind of profound, stuck in my head here. I was thinking to myself, sis, I ain't even competing with you. I'm competing with myself. Didn't you know? So I think to myself, when you say stay in your lane, is this what's the problem with people now? I had to look at this individual like that. Kind of scared me. Kind of scared me for them. For them, I was like, why am I a competition? Why am I in your head rent free? I never knew it was a competition. Yeah,
that's
I
a really
was
good
thinking,
question.
one night, as you know, someone's face is out there, and I was thinking, when was I ever competing with you? What happened? So when you say stay in your own lane, is that because people are not centered? They don't know what's going on? Big up my brother, he said, I'm late. Yeah, we're talking about incels and insecurities and all of that. Sorry, there's this individual that keeps coming up in it, yeah? Hello, brother. Hello.
Yo. Apologies, my guy.
Yeah, bro. You keep jumping in off.
Apologies, my
like,
brother.
Furthermore,
I'm trying to get the mic fixed and that, because you man are going on that.
Okay. How's your mic now?
For me.
Yeah, how's your mic? You just broke up, bro. Hello. I don't know, man. Brother, until you fix your mic, I'm gonna, shake it. We're gonna get a cheer, innit? Saying hello to us. Where were we? I swear, Melbourne, I don't even know how to.
I think it was something about stay in your lane, like people comparing themselves.
Stay in your lane. It's just, so profoundly, one Yahweh, that when I heard that, I thought to myself, it kind of took me back, and I was thinking to myself, it comes with what you're saying, stay in your lane, and these people comparing their lives of other people. What's your thoughts on that? When someone says to you, "Oh, you've won," and wouldn't that scare you?
I don't think it would, me personally. I would ask him, what do they mean by that? I would put it back on them and say, well, explain to me, what does that mean? I don't understand. And then see where they take it. Because I don't really know. But going back to the stay in your lane bit of what we were saying, and I like the analogy that you used, or the statement that you said about, I'm comparing myself to who I was yesterday type of thing, right? You're competing with yourself, which I think is beautiful, and that's what we should be doing. The person who you were yesterday, if you're the same person today, like that, there can be an issue if you think about it. Do you want to maybe put on that video?
Yeah, definitely, sis.
I think it's about 6 minutes, and it talks about the difference. And I would definitely applaud the viewers, inshallah. Please watch carefully in terms of the difference between the children. So I'll give a little bit of insight to the video. So there's two types of children. One set of children have had trauma and childhood abuse and neglect, and the other set of children have experienced secure attachment. So this video outlines the difference and how these children interpret the world around them. And I think it's very important, inshallah, if you can watch it.
I just wanted to Sado Ahmed Usub. Salam alaikum, brother.
Salam alaikum, brother. Long time no see.
Alles goed.
Alles goed, alhamdulillah. Salam alaikum.
Rustig even, rustig.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yeah, man, we're back.
Come on, gooi het met jou, man. That's my Dutch, innit? That's the only 3 words I know, yeah. So don't ever think I'm a Euro.
English guys knows, man.
That's the only bit.
English guys knows.
Alles goed. That's about it, yeah. So anyone that thinks I'm Dutch, I'm not. I just grew up with some of these family members. But listen, let's play this video. Let's watch it for 6 minutes.
Okay.
Let's see what's going on.
Emmanuel, élevé dans sa famille, est avide de saisir tout objet nouveau en vue d'une exploration active, le passer d'une main à l'autre, le porter à la bouche, par exemple. Totalement absorbé par ces manipulations, l'enfant prête peu d'attention à son entourage.
Khalid, if we can maybe just pause.
Christine, régulièrement confiée à une crèche de jour, ne semble pas présenter un comportement différent de celui de l'enfant
So I
précédent.
was just going to say, I don't know, maybe if people would understand, because it's subtitles. So I just wanted to explain. So the first child was a child who was secure. So when the experiment, they gave him those toys, or her, she was completely, or he was observed, into the game, the little toys, playing with them, and they were like aware and alert. But then with this young child, she's gone through some kind of trauma. So now we're going to see how she interacts with the little playthings that they give her.
Okay, well, Allah. Shall I carry on? Okay.
Yes, please.
Carry on, man.
Elle saisit les cubes des 2 mains. Essaie de les superposer. Les récupère quand ils tombent. Elle aussi est tout absorbée par son jeu. Ces 2 exemples nous ont montré le cas d'enfants dont les conditions familiales offrent toute sécurité. Par contre, lorsque ces conditions sont défavorables, au point de nécessiter un retrait et une hospitalisation, le comportement du nourrisson va s'en ressentir, ainsi qu'en témoigneront les séquences suivantes. Caroline, dont la mère s'est médiocrement souciée, est anorexique. Cet enfant porte bien la main à un cube, mais en fait elle s'y intéresse faiblement. Très souvent, elle jette un regard interrogateur autour d'elle. Son exploration reste active, mais elle semble surtout préoccupée par son entourage. Dans les cas qui vont suivre, le souci croissant de l'environnement et l'inquiétude décuplée auront pour corrélatif un amoindrissement de l'attention prêtée au jeu. Par exemple, Véronique, également anorexique, manifeste son refus en écartant ses mains d'un geste d'évitement. Si finalement elle saisit un cube, les regards inquiets qu'elle jette autour d'elle témoignent de son anxiété. Son attitude est figée, elle ne joue pas. Jean, retiré très tôt à sa famille et hospitalisé après plusieurs placements, épie attentivement les gestes du psychologue. La carence affective dont cet enfant a souffert semble faire primer chez lui le besoin de contact social qu'on pourrait motiver par le désir intense de l'enfant de trouver un substitut maternel. L'intérêt porté aux objets nouveaux est nul. Il acceptera sans résistance, mais sans intérêt véritable, le cube que l'on place dans sa main. René, dont le cas est similaire, se tient immobile devant les cubes. Au bout d'un moment, il fait mine d'en saisir un, mais il est en proie à une angoisse telle que peu à peu, il se désintéressera totalement et du jeu et de son entourage. Épuisé, il s'absorbe en lui-même et se réfugie dans une satisfaction haute. Tu sais son pouce. Annette, qui est aussi anorexique, a l'attitude figée. Son désintéressement est presque total. L'anxiété grandissante se traduit par des mouvements de lèvres, des clignotements et par une respiration irrégulière. L'autisme se lit dans le regard vague de cette petite fille. Nous retrouvons chez Colette, privée d'affection et de soins, les mêmes symptômes d'autisme et d'anxiété. Gestes figés, respiration haletante. Ainsi donc, la carence affective suscite chez le nourrisson non seulement l'angoisse, bien connue des psychologues, mais elle favorise, en présence d'objets nouveaux et dans des situations inaccoutumées, une inhibition parfois doublée d'autisme dans les cas les plus graves.
Neat. So yeah, ST, let's talk about that, man. Let's talk about the telltale signs and what should we pick up?
So subhanallah,
Before we get into the next video.
So we can see like when a child is being given care and emotional attunement, a lot of things like the child they feel safe, right? So like the first children, they had these little toys, they were playing with it, they were building, they were throwing it, pick it or wanting to pick it up, they were alert, and their attention was focused. You didn't see them looking around the room. They were just completely engulfed in that experiment. Now, with the other children, they went through trauma, emotional neglect. They didn't have like maybe a caring upbringing. And what that did, even the last younger girl, you know, even her breathing, the way she breathed was very much, you know, like a fight or flight. So when kids don't get a certain amount of attunement, their brain, the way their brain develops is very different to a healthy child. Their frontal lobe actually shrinks. So it's a lot more smaller compared to a child whose brain has developed in a healthy way. So that's where the, you know, attention deficit comes from. Even autism, we see that going up a lot.
Yes, especially it's raft in our community.
Yeah, subhanallah, because children don't know how to regulate their emotions. And one of the girls, when I first watched it, like it made me really sad because even one of the girls, like she heard a little bang or something, like a noise. You saw her quickly jumping and looking. Yeah,
you can see it
because they're in hyper vigilant state. They're afraid that maybe something bad's going to happen, and they're focused.
So to that age, do you think that person never grows out of it and carries it on in adult life?
Of course.
Is that the possibilities?
Because think of the way our mind develops. So when we're younger, we don't have the full capacity of our brain. So when we go through an experience that is neglectful or, you know, emotionally we're abandoned, and that's what intimacy is. Intimacy to an extent is an emotional connection. you know, where you can, it's like a ping pong, right? You do something and I mirror back, or I do and then we do. So it's like a ping pong that we play with each other. And when a child is crying and there isn't a parent to soothe them, or there isn't a parent that helps them or shows them how to regulate that discomfort, what happens is when they get older, they now build barriers, they build defenses to keep away that feeling of like being abandoned all over again. So now when you get in a relationship, you won't be your true self. You won't be able to articulate, you know, your needs, because your needs also, you know, if you don't get them fulfilled, you know, you're lacking in something. So that's what happens, you know, that's why a lot of people get into people pleasing, or, you know, they become narcissistic and it's all just about them. And this is not just that, but there's various different components to it. But some of these are major red flags.
Someone said, subhanAllah, it's like watching my young self. Does this person say...
SubhanAllah, I totally agree with you, Somali. May Allah make it easy for all of us. I get trauma from my...
Duksi Ma'alim, my teacher.
Yeah.
Someone said, yeah, I deeply relate to that. What are you saying? Duk Ma'alim kimuku diligently waha. What about this statement here?
It makes me sad. No, most of Somali parents never were able to distinguish this from when raising us. Definitely, it's heartbreaking, subhanAllah. May Allah make it easy for all of us. Ameen, Ya Rab.
Ameen, ameen.
Ameen, Ya Rab.
Let me jump
The
back.
new guys on the panel, the Nagakapta, me and Sister Talk, we've been hosting for a little. What's your thoughts? Especially this guy. What's your name? The Almighty Project. Someone asked me, what does that name stand for?
Bro, all this is propaganda, man.
Hello.
You lie about that, innit? Been given life by Almighty, bro.
Yeah. Yo, bro, you know you got a mad, like, what's his name? You got a mad mic. Hello.
I think his connection isn't that good.
His connections, but bro, I don't even know, man. Safe, man. I gotta kick this brother out, man. His connection, he's gotta come back with his better connection. Tell him to change his name. Everyone, I know. Everyone's saying it's what is it? The Almighty Project. But Ahmed, come through, chime us in. What's your thoughts on what we've been discussing?
Yeah, very interesting. So, me myself, I'm a first-year student of child development. That's what I study right now, and so these are one of the cases that we also study, especially like the early ages of a child, like how much impact that has on the person himself. So as this talk was saying, like it makes literally the person, the way he behaves, like people pleasing or narcissistic. Oh, you can all run it down to how his first years of his life were. And I think some of our parents, and not only in the Somali community but also in other communities, like they underestimate the touch of a mother or the words of a father. And even talking to your child, whether he cannot speak or whether he doesn't speak at that age, of course, but just speaking to him makes the bond with a child, you know. So if you do not speak to your child, or you do not try to connect with your child, you know, in the early ages, he will not connect with you in a certain way. So sometimes you will see parents coming with certain types of problems within their relationship with their children. And then you will ask them, like, okay, I see you have these problems within the relationships. What is the thing that happened with you guys in the beginning? Like, how were you with your child? Did you do things with them, or were you literally just there, like, you know, giving them food, look, all the basic things, but not
Would
the
you say,
loving and caring things?
are you trying to say, Ahmed, unemotionally attached? Do you think
Yeah.
Sister Talk and Ahmed, do you think that's happened to our community? Like during the Gaha, a lot of fathers or maybe mothers are unemotionally attached, and maybe this is something that we need to look into. Because you know, as soon as we say emotions, a lot of people way bored down. They get angry, they get pissed off.
True.
I think something to be ashamed of. Emotional intelligence.
It's true. Like, for example, yeah, I have like friends of mine or cousins of mine, you know, like when they say like, oh, when I was a child, I never cried in front of my parents or something like that. Like, imagine you being a child, like 8-year-old, you can't even cry in front of your parents. Who you gonna cry in front for then? If you can't do it in front of your parents, like that has a really hard impact on a child. If he can't show any emotions, if you, like Sister Top was saying, they don't know how to regulate the emotions as well. If a child gets angry or sad and he doesn't know how to get on with it because his parents doesn't teach him how to go on with it, you know, like, for example, if your mother, like, when she gets angry, she gets really angry, the child is gonna see that and he's gonna do the same thing.
I totally agree with you. But what do you guys think of this, innit? I don't like to make this as an excuse for Dotken, yeah, but do you think this had a big part to do with it? And I think, like, in modern times now, we just, I don't know, I think even society before, like, you know, all these type of psychological issues, I didn't think it was, like, it was not talked about. It's only recently become a gun.
True. You know what I think as well is like one thing I learned in school is like that the like the upbringing of a child, like how the parents bring up their children, it is all a reflection how they were brought up. You can't evade it.
Yeah.
You know, of course, they try to implement things that they do on their own, but in a certain point, they're gonna reflect on their own parents. And I think, and I don't know if it's true, but what I think is like our parents came in a rough time, you know, like the gali, wahkas, and in a time of survival, the basic things are the most important things, like giving, like making sure the children live. And I think in those kinds of moments, emotions and all those kinds of things are secondary. You know, for example, someone who's poor is not going to think about certain things about like how much money are going to get in the future, or it's like I don't know if Sister Talk knows this. It's called the pyramid of Maslow.
Sis, you know anything about the pyramid of Maslow?
Do you know what? SubhanAllah, I'm literally just looking up now to ask Khalid if he can put it up, because it's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So there's certain needs as a human
Can someone send me a link or anything?
Yeah, I'm just looking at online to get like an imagery version, so you could maybe show it up on the screen. But yeah, if you go ahead.
So if you get it, like really simple set, it's like.
Okay, break it down. What is this? What does this mean? Because I'm a
guy,
layman right now. I've never heard that word in my life.
So this guy, he made like a pyramid, and basically what he said is like he made like certain stages, and he said that every human being will grow into these stages, but if you are like stuck, for imagine like they say, in order to go to the next station, you need to have the previous station established. So you can't go to like level to the top of the pyramid unless you have the everything beneath it. So if our parents were in a situation like they were poor, they had war going on, all these kinds of things, they are not going to think about like I'm going to call it luxury things, like, and in an upbringing that would be emotions. Like it would be more important that the child is breathing and being like healthy than how his emotions are. And that's one of the reasons why in third world countries mental health problems are not that up in within the government's because it's a secondary thing for them, because people's own lives are in danger. Their own life is in danger.
When you say in danger, what do you mean? Yo,
salam alaikum. I'm going to search it up.
Alaikum salam, Khalid. How you doing?
How you doing, brother Abdurrahman? How's things, man?
Alhamdulillah, brother. I'm good, brother. Brother, I'm not going to stay too long, but I just wanted to, I didn't get to thank you properly the other night, brother, but I'd like to say Jazakallah khair for
what, bro?
And for all the brothers and sisters for the advice. You know, I feel like, alhamdulillah, that was a very nice thing for you guys, that you guys did for me, alhamdulillah. I feel like, yes, I had a lot of things that I needed to talk about, but for you guys to give me advice and to give me guidance, well, I really appreciate it. And Jazakallah khair. Like, I'm gonna make my dua for you guys, inshallah. And may Allah grant us
thank you, bro.
those. I mean, but thank you, brother. That's what I wanted to say.
I mean, and it's you got. I mean, ya Rab, and you gotta thank ST, my sister talks, the one that when we spoke, we said, yeah, let's do the so. Yeah, man. Well, thank you. Jazakallah, Abdurrahman, man. This is your platform as well. Anytime you want to come through and we discuss things, man. What do you think about today's topic that we're discussing, if you've been listening?
Well, I ain't even listening. I just saw
kind of
that
touched me, man. Damn. Fuck it. You kind of touched me, well, alhamdulillah, man.
Alhamdulillah. Like, Somali dadke wajat lahay and like
we love you as well. Don't get it twisted,
I love you. Like, well, I appreciate everything you've done for me and yeah, that's all I wanted to leave at. But yeah, thank you. Yeah. Like,
no, come through anything, man. If you want to chime in, what do you think about the subjects that we're talking about?
Well, that's the thing, but I don't know what's going on in it. I just jumped on that because I saw you like, just to thank you. But yeah, I'll try. I'll just listen in and then.
Yeah, listen in, bro. But thank you.
But I'm have to jump on that,
inshallah. Alright, bro.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Yes, I found the pyramid. I can't show it.
I've got a YouTube video. It's about 6 minutes and 29, which explains it, Khalid. I'll send it to you on the chat. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, Allah, mashallah, man. Big up, brother, man. Allah protect you. Allah, fam. Jazakallah.
Ameen, ya Rabbil Alameen. May Allah, he seems like a very beautiful brother. Inshallah, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala open all doors for him, inshallah, in this world and inshallah in Jannah as well. Ameen.
And everyone else on the platform and everyone else listening.
And everyone else, yes, of course. All of us.
SS, that's called remember, everyone.
I will remember. Apologies. I will.
Around here. Shall I bring this up?
Yeah, I've sent it. So if you put it up, it's about 6 minutes, and I think it's really powerful. And Jazakallah khairan.
I'm subscribed to this. I'm subscribed to this. You know this channel here. I should subscribe to this, man. School of Life. Yeah, I like this. I like this channel.
Do you know what? That channel's good. They do have really good things, but I think it's based on like an atheistic view. So sometimes they do bring a lot of things.
Ignore it. Like I say, you gotta take the best bits out
and take whatever's relevant.
But it's a banging channel. Let me bring it up fast. Let me put the screen share. So let me just. Yeah, and that's why I got that. You know, when I always say I'm a student of life, I actually got it from. No, actually, I got it from somewhere else. Got that statement from somewhere.
Well, now you have a channel just for you. School of Life.
School of Life. I have to do it this way. Bada bing, bada boom. No, but Ahmed, I didn't even know you're studying. What was it again, Ahmed? In Holland?
It's called child development.
MashaAllah.
MashaAllah.
First year. First year. Is it your first year?
I'm going into my second year. So basically, it's like you're going into the raising of children. How they develop into every age from 1 till 23, basically. And then I get a bit of everything. You get a bit of psychology, sociology. It's very interesting.
I have to look that up, man. And this is all new to me, man. Ever since the last couple of weeks, but it's all interesting. I'm not gonna lie to you. But let's get into it. Let's watch this. Let's watch what Sister Talk brought up for us.
One of the most legendary ideas in the history of psychology is located in an unassuming triangle divided into 5 sections, referred to universally simply as Maslow's pyramid of needs. This profoundly influential pyramid first saw the world in an academic journal in the United States in 1943, where it was crudely drawn in black and white and surrounded by dense and jargon-rich text. It has since become a mainstay of psychological analyses, business presentations, and TED Talks, and grown ever more colourful and emphatic in the process. The pyramid was the work of a 35-year-old Jewish psychologist of Russian origins called Abraham Maslow, who'd been looking since the start of his professional career for nothing less than the meaning of life. No longer part of the close-knit Orthodox family of his youth, Maslow wanted to find out what could make life purposeful for people, himself included, in modern-day America, a country where the pursuit of money and fame seemed to have eclipsed any more interior or authentic aspirations. He saw psychology as the discipline that would enable him to answer the yearnings and questions that people had once taken to religion. he suddenly saw that human beings could be said to have essentially 5 different kinds of need. On the one hand, the psychological, or what one could term, without any mysticism being meant by the word, the spiritual, and on the other, the material. For Maslow, we all start with a set of utterly non-negotiable and basic physiological needs for food, water, warmth, and rest. In addition, we have urgent safety needs for bodily security and protection from attack. But then we start to enter the spiritual domain. We need belongingness and love. We need friends and lovers. We need esteem and respect. And lastly, and most grandly, we are driven by what Maslow called, in a now legendary term, an urge for self-actualization, a vast, touchingly nebulous, and yet hugely apt concept involving what Maslow described as living according to one's full potential and becoming who we really are. Part of the reason why the description of these needs, laid out in pyramid form, has proved so persuasive is their capacity to capture a profound structural truth about human existence. Maslow was putting his finger with unusual deftness and precision on a set of answers to very large questions that tend to confuse and perplex us viciously, particularly when we're young. Namely, what are we really after? What do we long for? And how do we arrange our priorities and give due regard for the different and competing claims we have on our attention? Maslow was reminding us with artistic concision of the shape of an ideal, well-lived life, proposing at once that we cannot live by our spiritual callings alone, but also that it cannot be right to remain focused only on the material either. We need, in order to be whole, both the material and the spiritual realms to be attended to, the base lending support while the summit offers upward direction and definition. Maslow was rebutting calls from 2 kinds of zealots. Firstly, overardent spiritual types who might urge us to forget entirely about money, housing, a good insurance policy, and enough to pay for lunch. But he was also fighting against extreme, hard-nosed pragmatists who might imply that life was simply a brute process of putting food on the table and going to the office. Both camps had, for Maslow, misunderstood the complexity of the human animal. Unlike other creatures, we truly are multifaceted, called at once to unfurl our soul according to its inner destiny, and to make sure we'll be able to pay the bills at the end of the month. Operating at the heyday of American capitalism, Maslow was interestingly ambivalent about business. He was awed by the material resources of large corporations around him, but at the same time, he lamented that almost all their economic activity was, unfairly and bizarrely, focused on honoring customers' needs at the bottom of his pyramid. America's largest companies were helping people to have a roof over their heads, feeding them, moving them around, and ensuring they could talk to each other long distance. But they seemed utterly uninterested in trying to fulfill the essential spiritual appetites defined on the higher slopes of his pyramid. Towards the end of his long life, Maslow expressed a hope that businesses could, in time, learn to make more of their profits from addressing not only our basic needs, but also, and as importantly, our higher spiritual and psychological ones as well. That would be truly enlightened capitalism. In the personal sphere, Maslow's pyramid remains a hugely useful object to turn to whenever we're trying to assess the direction of our lives. Often, as we reflect upon it, we start to notice that we really haven't arranged and balanced our needs as wisely and elegantly as we might. Some lives have got an implausibly wide base. All the energy seems directed towards material accumulation. At the same time, there are lives with an opposite problem, where we've not paid due heed to our need to look after our fragile and vulnerable bodies. Maslow's beautifully simple visual cue is, above anything else, a portrait of a life lived in harmony with the complexities of our nature. We should, at our less frantic moments, use it to reflect with newfound focus on what it is we might do next.
Our decision dice are a tool to help you make one.
Yes, let's break it down. Maslow's pyramid. complexity of the last bit. I wanted to break down the last bit, materialistic, and wow, let's get into it.
So subhanallah. So if we just go over it again, so the first one is the biological needs, which are like shelter, food, water, warmth, rest. Then the next one is biological needs that we have. Then it's safety and needs, which is security and safety, which is like a house and, you know, shelter. Then the third stage is belonging and love needs, which is intimate relationships and friends. Then the third one is self-esteem, so esteem needs, which is prestige, feeling of accomplishment. Then finally, on top of the pyramid is self-actualization, which is achieving one's full potential, including creative activities. So one is the basic needs. The second lot is the biological needs. Then is the self-fulfillment needs.
Ooh. Ahmed, add something to it. You guys, it's you guys'
Yeah,
field.
so
I'm just a passenger on this one today.
Yeah, so what I was saying, and that's why I got this thing, the pyramid of Maslow. I wanted to connect it with the upbringing of our parents. Like, imagine our parents, and this is what I think. Imagine our parents here living in a country, war-torn. It's not stabilized. Yeah, you don't know what you're gonna eat tomorrow. You know, there's a lot of problems. So the first thing you're gonna think about is
the copyright match.
Like the biological.
You
thing.
guys, did we get a copyright strike?
I don't know.
Because I'm watching everyone. Oh no, yeah, I think it's a copyright strike.
Are you serious?
Yeah, no, but it's the stream's still going on, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still going on.
Oh shit. Copy strike, right? No, it's even brought it up.
Oh, did it tell you?
Yeah, I just got an email now. Due to copyright strike, you're straight. I was interrupted, so all right, we still could go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, basically what I was saying was is that the first thing they were thinking about is, of course, the first two layers, biologically and safety. And as I was saying, is that in order to go to the second stage, you need to have the other one stabilized. If you do not have that stabilized, it's not going to be your main priority. And what I think is that happened with our parents that came here. They came, so they reflect their upbringing with what they had. But we in the West are in a different situation. We are good, alhamdulillah. We have a house, we have a roof above our heads, you know. We're good, alhamdulillah, you know what I mean? So we're coming into the like intimacy, emotional stability, and those are things that they are unfamiliar with. And the things you are unfamiliar with, most of us, and we know that as human beings, it's hard to do. It doesn't mean it's impossible to do, but it's harder to do. And that's what I think. That's what I've seen.
Definitely. Sis, you wanna add a little bit to that?
Yeah, of course. I think you're right, brother. And where I feel like we're stuck is on the basic needs as well as the physical, psychological needs. So I feel like in order for you to say, Horta, we've already got in terms of the ascension when it comes to spirituality. If we flip it around to Islamic perspective, that's where our first point of even for us to get to that, we first have to feel secure, because if you're on a fight, flight, freeze response and you're on survival mode, every other part of your organ shuts down that doesn't need to be active. So in order for your body to either fight or run or whatever, you don't use the full capacity of your brain. Certain functions in your body stop, like your focus, it becomes heightened on the violence or the predator or whatever's coming at you. So you don't have time to reflect on being focused and even thinking clearly, because you've got cortisol pumping down your bloodstream. So I feel like a lot of us, when we're on that state, and sometimes even being hypervigilant, just the simple fact of anxiety, if we look at anxiety, anxiety puts us in that state of feeling fearful. And you could go to a meeting, or you could be doing something productive, but you won't fully be available to that experience. You won't grasp the full understanding because you're so preoccupied of, you know, having social anxiety or, you know, and various other things where you're not present to the moment. So I feel like with us, unfortunately, where some of us, and you're right, brother, all these things can be overcome, but it's about you learning and changing your habits and your thought processes.
Exactly.
Right. So I feel like when we're stuck in the biological needs, we're basically just stuck. We don't, you know, that's why even when you think of like young people that get into crime and all of these things, you know, they have potential, like they have so much energy and so much that they could do with, but they're limited in terms of their belief system and their views of life because they haven't had anyone show them any different. So it's like everyone's very impulsive. And again, that comes from being stuck in survival mode and wanting to survive. So yeah.
And I think even if you think about it, like, you know, exactly what you're saying, if you don't know, like if you've never seen how to do it, then you can't go further. For example, if you have boys, like if we talk about crime, if you do not know how to hold your anger or how to talk or how to be like show your limits, like for example, if you're in a room and someone says or does something to you and you don't know how to say like, yo, stop it, unless you scream or fight or wahkas, you know. So that's what I'm saying. Like if the emotional journey of us, you know, is stagnated. It doesn't. Some of us don't know how to deal with it. It's not that they can't do it. It's just they don't know how to deal with it. And that's the thing. If you, like, for example, like, imagine a kid cries, yeah, something happens, or he's sad, and the parents don't understand why he's sad because they don't talk to the child. It can be of the most smallest thing. Children can be sad of a movie. They can be sad of the Lion King they just saw.
Yeah, but Ahmed and ST, then do you think, like, if we keep thinking like this, are we suffering the next generation? Are we making them too soft now? But Hans, if we're talking like this, yeah, because you see, like, the younger generation, they're fucking soft as fuck. With some of this rhetoric, do you think Yalki watch that someone getting enough? We're not on hindsight, we're not bringing up children like thinking, because, you know, all this it is good. I'm not gonna lie to you, the psychological aspect, but do you think that takes away from the life's a bitch, you know? I hate to say it, part of my Somali.
I think it's true. Like I know this argument. I heard it a lot. I even saw one in the comments that said like Somali parents think that if they're like nice to their children or become friends with their children, like that they are bad parents or wahkas. But I think there are two things. One of it is that, of course, life is true. Life is a bitch. Like, you need to teach your children life is hard. That's true. But I think is that as your job as a parent is not to make their life harder at home.
No, not at home, but at the same time, yeah, if you, all this year, isn't it softening the generation? So when they actually hit that life experience, like, it sort of, how can I say, PG friendly. I'm trying to be PG with it. Like, if you at that like at the same time, if you, it's all this like ha 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 ha, and then when they actually hit problems in life, they kind of capitulate. Does that make sense? Like, they don't know what to do. They capitulate when they hit, like, you know, when tough things happen to them, they don't know how to toughen it out sometimes. Because like, for the rest of your life, and you're raising them in that type of way. When shit hits the fan,
I think if you do it the right way, like sometimes I get what you're saying, but I think sometimes like there are some parents who do that. Like when shit happens, they're like, yeah, it's gonna be all right. And then they make it like they sugarcoat it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They sugarcoat the world. But if you like, what I was saying is like, if you can still be like still caring and loving to your children or to your child, and at the same time teach him about this hard world. For example, death is one of the hardest things. It is one of the hardest things in life. if that happens to a child, a young child, someone close by dies, yeah, even within the Somali community, the parents are soft to their children, but at the same time, they're explaining something that happens in life. You can't say to a child, no, I'm gonna live forever, because they don't do that. They teach the children like, yo, listen, I know this is hard, but at the same time, yo, this is what happens. And you can even, this is one extreme example, but you can take this further to anything in life. So, like, for example, my father used to, like, when discrimination and racism, as a black child, as a black man, you get that a lot. My father used to tell me, like, nah, like, he's not gonna tell me, nah, you can't do that to me, because he said, like, listen, yo, this is life, it happens, but that doesn't mean you can sit at home and not go.
Yeah, it's like deal with it. Your dad was. You see your dad right now. Yeah, what he was doing. So I don't know. I'm not into you guys. You guys are the psychological therapy. You two are in this world. Yeah, but wouldn't you say that that was mentally preparing his child for the world? Wasn't he mentally preparing you? And it wasn't sugarcoating.
He didn't sugarcoat, but at the same time, it was loving. He showed me, like, yo, I understand it's hard. He showed me like that he understood me. And I think one of the things that is very is going within the Somali community is that parents do not want to understand their children. And when you do not want to understand your children, how can you give a loving advice? If you do not want to understand the emotion of a child, what is going on with him, you can't give a good response. Even if you want to, you can't, because you don't understand the situation. So if I think about the moment that I had with my dad, it's like he understood that I had a hard time dealing with this, but at the same time, he showed me, like, yo, listen, that doesn't give you an excuse to sit down and do nothing because someone is being hard on you. So it's both at the same time. It's like,
yeah, but Ahmed, that's what I'm scared of. You see, the new generation, the way that sometimes I get it. I get where you and ST, as you guys are in this industry, but don't you feel like we're later on when the world kicks them in the arse, I don't think the next generation will know how to handle it.
So maybe I can jump in on this. So firstly, we have to understand that there's human needs, right? As human beings, we have certain needs. And as a child, I think it behooves everybody, society and the parents included, for the child to be able to have a sense of strong resilience. So the thing with children is, like, there was a documentary thing that I watched, and it was very different how they raised the boys and the girls. Because imagine the boy and the girl, there was a scenario, they both came back from school and they had an issue with some, like, homework or something. And with the parent, the mum and the dad, when it came to the daughter, they sat down with her and explained, like, what's the problem, and they kind of helped her to emotionally regulate. And they said with the boy, it was almost giving him that sense of control, where the father didn't do that with him. But what he did do with him was he spoke to him and he said, well, what do you think we should do? Right? And when it comes to the way we raise our children, because boys and girls are very different, there is a sense of resilience that both of them need to be instilled with from a very young age. Children need to learn that, like I was talking about earlier, that everybody gets a medal. Not everybody ggets a medal sometimes in life. Sometimes when you do something wrong, there's consequences to life. So when we talk about going into the raw foundations of what it is to build a child's self-esteem, it's knowing the parent having the maturity and the way with themselves that they know when to regulate the child. So if the child is distraught, it's almost giving them that comfort and that reassurance. But then when the child wants to go and exercise, go through those rebelling phases where they're like, no, I don't want to wear this clothes today. I want to wear this different outfit. Or no, it's about giving the child the ability to build a strong sense of boundaries. Because boundaries, they come in various, there's boundaries with your body, there's boundaries with your emotions, there's boundaries with your intellect. And those are the things we need to teach children, because when you teach someone how to use and regulate their faculties, they will now function at a proper rate. The narrative, I think, Khalid, you're mentioning now in terms of why, you know, boys sometimes, or society has now made people soft, because I think that's what you're referring to. The way I would address that is, it's unfortunately, as a parent, we're not doing, either we're self-numbing the child because we've now given into the child's needs because we don't want the child to act up, or, you know, it's about I've lost my word now. It's about protecting the self-image that we have as parents, or it's about shutting away the child's emotions. So we have this sense of, I'm the parent, you should listen to me. So when a child doesn't feel heard, seen, or understood, when they grow up, they're going to act out. Right? That's a consequence of them acting out. Now, when they act out, that's going to be in many ways. That's going to be in ways where they've become very manipulative, because in order for them to survive their childhood, they had to now embody all these coping mechanisms in the world. So sometimes, you know, they will become erratic, and they will use anger. Even when we look at prison systems, a lot of the, you know, gender, when it comes to the quality, the gender differences in prisons, it's very much boys, is because they haven't had a sense of, you know, righteous upbringing, if you want to say it. And when I say righteous, sometimes you could say religion, but I'm talking about instilling a sense of self-worth, you know, valuing their life, knowing that if they work hard, they will make something of their life, that they don't have to compare themselves to other people. And it's giving them a strong foundation to survive in society. So that's what I would say. But when you haven't had power as a child, in terms of to have a sense of autonomy, now when you get older and you get given power, you become a tyrant, you become an oppressor, you know, whoever it is, right? And that's the problem, because now that you're an oppressor, you do whatever you want to do, like you're self-governing, and you ride off all your faculties, like the how they're meant to be used. I can use anger in a positive way or in a negative way. Anger is not bad in itself. Anger is an emotion that creates action. But if I use that anger to now go and hurt another human being or dehumanize another human being, then that's a problem. Or if, you know, various different other emotions we could add to as well.
That's very true, yeah. Very true.
Yeah. Well, thank you for breaking this. Go ahead,
Yeah.
come through this. Come through this.
No, sorry, I was just going to say, but the thing is, can you see how, like, when we want to have like an intellectual dialogue where we can find a solution, like there isn't seem to be as many people that want to chime in. But when we want to swear at each other, and when we want to, you know, take our
Degrade each
frustration
other.
out on one another, yeah. So like it becomes an ego, you know, ego battle. Then now, because that's why a lot of these, you know, entertainers in the realm of YouTube and all of these platforms, they've become big because it acquiesces to your lack of emotional needs, right? So when you see people entertain by putting other people down or degrading other human beings, you become desensitized because you don't even have a sense of self. You know, so if someone degrades you or devalues you, it doesn't really make a difference either, to some respect.
That's true, yeah.
Well, I have to say, people like drama. Of course, people like drama. If I was to play one Kevin Samuels, disrespecting women, we know who the usuals will come up, sister. Sister, you know this. You know the usuals will come up out of nowhere.
Of course.
We know this, man.
Because we don't want to talk about solutions. We want to concentrate on the problem. And also we want to say that we are the victim. Because being in a victim narrative is easier. Because that takes away responsibility, personal responsibility and accountability. Because then I can justify my actions because I have a reason now.
I think me personally, I think one of the biggest challenges that the future parents are gonna have, and I pray to Allah Azza wa Jal that who's gonna guide them through us to those moments is social media for the kids, man. It is something that it develops so fast that we cannot grasp it.
Bruv, it's not even developing. It's causing havoc. Imaka, for example, this
is,
guy
it
that killed all these people. What did he do? He did a manifesto on YouTube just before he did the crazy thing. Just like Robert Elliott as well.
It is, and you should imagine this. It's like the environment you're in.
Guys, I'll come back in 1 second. You two hold on the panel for me.
Yeah, it's an environment you're in. Like, for example, if you're someone who, like, you have a certain hateful woman, and you go to these platforms on YouTube or Reddit or Twitter, and you in those groups where all these men or all these girls talk about the same subject, there is no one in that group that's gonna shed a light from a different perspective. Everyone is on the same side, so there is no, what you were saying, sister, no one is thinking about a solution because everyone wants to talk about the problem. And that's the thing that I'm seeing.
I totally agree. I agree. It's difficult because then it almost, it's like, what do you do? Because then the people that want to talk about it, it's almost as if now things get thrown at you because now you look like you're the one that is boring, and nobody wants to hear what you have to say, unfortunately.
Precisely, yes. Because because they don't wanna get out of that environment.
They don't want the solution.
They
they'd rather stay in the problem.
Yeah, they want to stay in the problem, and it is because if you come with something that it changes it or it challenges what they think, then it's hard for them. It's hard for them because if you're with people that think the same as you, no one is gonna say to you, "Oh, you're wrong." Everyone is gonna root for you, and then you have a sense of superiority, like, "Oh, yes, I know what I'm talking about. Yes, I know what I'm doing. Yes, what I'm saying is right because no one is saying to me is wrong." Of course, no one is gonna say to you is wrong because everyone believes in the same thing you do.
Of course. And the thing is also, I think, to stand out from the crowd, that's something that people don't want to do. Because imagine if you didn't have a sense of belonging or, a place where you feel safe. And then that's what, like, when we look at gangs and why people go into these criminalized kind of situations, is because they find a sense of belonging. They find friendships, they find care, they find people that protect them and look out for them. So when you find that, because it resonates so deeply with your human needs, like biological needs, you can't give that away. Because if you never had it and you found it, whether it's in the rubbish or wherever, you're going to hang on to it because it gives you a sense of value. And maybe that's the first time you've ever felt any value as a human being. So it's not easy for you to say, no, I don't agree with this. You're like, yeah, it's true. You're right.
It is. Yeah, it is. And that's the hard part about it, is that, like, we do not like to think for ourselves anymore. Like, for example, if you feel a certain way or think about it, you, as you said, like, you can have an opinion, but you need to have that opinion challenged. If it's not challenged, it's going to do nothing for you. It's going to do nothing for you. So that's why you need to talk to people about certain topics and check out, like, yo, is my opinion valid? Is it strong? If it isn't, you will see, you will understand. Of course, it needs to be done in a good and pleasant way, not but in a good, mannerful way.
Of course. It's like even Khalid, if we use an analogy of the brother Abdurrahman, I think he was, who came back in today. Like, even if we look at, just the simple fact of, like, when we need something and we come to a platform, or when we go to even our friends in general, people that, we care about, or we feel like they have maybe more of knowledge than we do, right? What happens is you automatically put in a place where you give, right? And even if we look at in Islam, when it comes to charity, charity can be knowledge that you've passed on, right? And we've been told that the Prophet ﷺ said, the hand that gives is superior to the hand that takes, right? And there's no shame in that, but it's just like, for Allah to put us in a situation where, we could have that opportunity. I think that's a blessing in itself. But then if we look at the first dream, the brother was like, oh, it was a mistake that I came on, right? And the second stream where we all came together collectively and all the brothers gave, the support, and we all gave him that support. He came back on again today and said, thank you. I really took a lot away from that. With WM putting her input, with all of us and the brothers as well. Like, it gives a human being a sense of like, because it's mirroring. And the interactions we get with people in our adult life is what turns over that insecurities that we had when we were younger. So every time like we come in contact with people, we should know, at least if we don't have anything beneficial to say, is to avoid hurting them. Because when we at least do that, we've helped them along their journey, inshallah, to become healed somehow. So I feel like, because I'm sure we've all come from traumatized situations or experiences or neglects or abandonment issues, whatever we all seem to have. So I just wanted to put that out there. Like, you can see the difference, because what you're doing is you're almost creating that reparative experience for another human being that they never got when they were younger.
It's true. That's why the Prophet said, silence is gold. There's a reason why silence is gold. If you do not know, have no knowledge, don't speak. It's gold, because the tongue is the most. I don't know if it's hadith. I'm not sure anymore, but it is. The explanation was that the tongue can be the most destructive part of the body, but it can at the same time it can be the most powerful.
It could be, yeah. It's amazing. It's a bit of both.
Yeah.
It's a bit of
That's
both.
why it says you've got two gates that are guarding, and there's a hadith where the Prophet ﷺ said, if you guard two things, you're guaranteed Jannah. One is your private part, and the second is your mouth, your tongue. So definitely, can we maybe switch? Sorry.
Go ahead, say what you want, sister. No problem.
So I was just going to, can we switch up the topic? Maybe like if people want to, because there's a brother, I think is a really interesting comment he made. I think it's Abu Huraira.
What did he say?
He said, women like to change a bad man into something good, makes them feel they did something in life. And you know what? There is some truth to that. Firstly, we all, like I said, we need to, I wouldn't say everyone's bad. I think we all have flaws and we all have needs that maybe haven't been met, and that we're trying to meet it, maybe in ways that are a bit sly. With one another to get our needs fulfilled. But when it comes to a woman, unfortunately, this is something that as women we suffer from. And I would definitely agree with that statement, that sometimes because like we want to take on that experience of, like women, when a man chooses her, there's always that sense of like, he chose me above everyone else. And maybe this is not for every woman. I'm saying that not every woman thinks this, but unfortunately there are some women who think this way. Because Faye Hayes correctly right, sorry, she said, ain't no one got time to change them bad men. But unfortunately it's the sad truth. Yes. Can I also just say the reason why doing something like that as a sister, if you meet a man and you take him with his potential, right, if you don't see any consistent like improvement in his life and changes that are taken, and even for a woman when it comes to a brother, if you don't see a sister who's consistent in her values and her expectations and things that she wants as well in life, the way you have to realize is, firstly, we can't even change ourselves. Like, the amount of times I have to tell myself to wake up for Fajr, knowing that is beneficial for me, but I'll either wake up late or, I'll tell myself to eat healthy this week, but then sometimes I'll, eat something that's unhealthy. So imagine we can't even change our minds. Try to change someone else's mind is literally you setting yourself up to fail. And this is for both men and women. I just want to say that. That's why it's better to change yourself.
It's true.
Spend that time on you.
That's very true. And sometimes it's like how do you say, like if you don't want to, that's my laptop, sorry. Like what you were saying is like, yeah, if you can't change yourself, how do you think you're going to change a guy or a girl? And the thing is, like, especially with guys, is that certain battles within themselves needs to be battled alone. They need to do it alone. You can't get any help from someone else. Advice and all those things, of course, but the thing itself, you need to do it yourself. If you can't, don't depend on someone else, because it won't help you. So, and those battles needs to be, and everyone has them, may it be a man or a woman, certain things you need to do yourself. You know, you can't and say to you, yeah, I can change you, you know, don't worry about that. That doesn't, like you were saying, if you can't change yourself, how do you think you're going to change someone else?
I agree. And also, I think just to add to that as well, I think as women, just in general, like the way we sometimes are brought up is that because sometimes we don't have, not all again, I'm saying some women, we tend to find our worth, and that's what we believe that is in a man. And that's why a lot of the times when we do get that relationship.
What does that mean, though? What does that mean?
What do you mean, sir?
We find our worth in a man. Say that again, elaborate.
So this is what is programmed in women.
Mm-hmm.
This is what is programmed, unfortunately. Again, not all, but some women that, because look at it now. If we look on YouTube, if you put a video on last time, anything we look when it comes to women, like now we have, the wig revolution, we have, the fake eyelashes, like everything we're looking for, even the way the woman's body is sculpted now, like with the, the hourglass kind of figure, all of these things. There was a survey that was done many years ago, and it was, I think I mentioned it in my channel, about 27 countries, and the things that they specifically find in women and the body types and the age range, all of these things biologically they defined it. And it's what we see now currently in the West, as they say, the perfect body. And by the way, this study was done via the West anyways. So when we look at why women go to this extreme and dress in this way and inject in their bodies, and I saw a clip the other day and with a caption, and it had all these women in wheelchair in America coming through an airport, and basically they all went and got like bum implants or
they're from Brazil.
Yeah, Brazil.
I think I've seen that video, and they're all in.
I've
seen it. I think I've seen that, and they're all in wheelchairs, in it, because they can't walk.
Yeah,
for a couple of weeks.
Of the thing that they got done. So if you think of it, like as women, we go to the extreme where we don't even care about our health. We will sacrifice anything just to get that appeal to men. And this is where, again, it's detrimental, because society have sold us a myth, unfortunately, because in one hand they're telling us we have to be this way, and then even with this whole 50-50 and women wanting to earn more money than men, also society told women that this is what will get you the man. If you are now an equal to him, you will get the man also. But the thing is, there's contradiction in terms of the information we receive as women, and I think it's very important to also view that with the correct lens, because it's easy to fall into feminism when you've got the body and you get the man. Sorry.
But yeah, I wanted to say, sister, is that the thing that I see and is very contradicting as well, it seems funny to me, is that when you ask these kinds of women, like, why do you do it, they will never give the reason as I did it to get a man or because men like it. They will always project it to themselves, and they will say,
I don't think it's that. I think it's something early. When someone's got low self-esteem and low self-worth.
Yeah.
They think all this validation, like all these likes. Because I was telling a story of one of the guys in my neighborhood, his little sister that actually is one of these. What's it called? These. We all grew up with him. Well, she's year one. She became one of these, OnlyFans girls. But it's self. What's it called? We couldn't even believe it. Like, we're like, rah, I swear she was born yesterday, and she's now, doing all of that shit. But it's self-validation, I think. I think these lot are missing. They were missing something, like in the young, where they got told you're beautiful. I don't know what it is. Maybe, and they have to look at this, because we live in a society now. A woman's image, a woman's beauty, it's so out there now. It's like, I don't know. You just go on Instagram, you go on anything. Now, like right now, I'm baffed with TikTok. I'm confused with this TikTok thing. I'm just looking at, especially Hablena, you're not getting like just on a madness.
It is.
It's like, and I think like it comes with the deen as well, because I don't think we live in a. I'm just talking about our Muslim people and our family households, innit? Yeah, people are forgetting, especially I don't know, Dumarkana. It's like when you reveal yourself and you're not covered, and you're showing all your things out there. It's just like I don't know what they've done a job on the women. They're doing this mad number on women that is like crazy. It's unbelievable.
No, but you know what, the thing that I wanted to say was that, as Sister Talk was saying, is that they like the beauty standards of women are the things that men supposedly like. And when you ask these women that do those kinds of things, like breast implants, they do everything to themselves in order to men to like them. When you ask these kinds of women, like, why do you do it? They will not say to you, I do it because I want attention of men. They will say to you, I do it because I like it. And you know, they want to like say to these girls or whatever, like they want to make it seem like, oh, this is power, this is empowerment, this is a woman femininity, this is what we want. But at the same time, and the truth is, it is not.
Because
it's so sad to see.
I got a brilliant video. I wanted everyone to watch this video, innit? Yeah. After, and I carry on, Ahmed. It's a brilliant. And I came across it this morning, innit?
Yeah. So, for example, if you look at TikTok or whatever, or all these, like, for example, Cardi B or whoever it may be,
yeah.
When you look at them, some girls, they see these women as the symbol of empowerment, like femininity, power. You know, this is what we stand for, wahkas. But it's the sad truth is that this is what they want from you. They want you to be like, you know, like how Somali people say. They say it's so funny, like hilip, like when you throw it in front of the dogs. That's how these industries want women to be. Literally, you just to be like meat, just to throw in front of these types of men who like this or whatever. And this is not strength. For you to show whatever you have, or to beautify whatever you have, make everything fake or whatever, is not strength. It is not power. It's not, you know what I mean? What I think the power is for a woman is to say to herself, you know what, I like myself. I don't care what you think. I like myself. I don't need to do anything for you. And if I want to cover myself, I will cover myself. And if I do not want to do that, that's a choice of their own. But what I'm trying to say is that the girls do not need to beautify themselves. Of course, beautify themselves in a good manner for themselves, but not in the way that the world is going right now. To change yourself as a whole human being, like as if you were like an action man. You know, you put your whole arm out, you put a new one in. Like that's not how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, but society's made this the new beauty form. What do you expect?
It is.
I got a debate for you guys to watch here.
Yeah.
I want you guys to watch it.
Well,
Sis, let me know what you think.
Guys, I forgot about the time. I need to wake up 9 o'clock. You know, it's like a bit later here than with you guys.
Yeah.
So I need to go. It was nice being here again. Inshallah, I'll see you guys again. Yeah.
It was nice having you, Walal. Thank you for joining.
Come on, Ahmed. As always. STD, I got something for you.
Go on, bring it on. Let's watch it.
What did someone say? Salman wants to join.
Oh, mashallah.
Tell her to join, man. Here's the link. Tell her to press this link. Don't be scared. The link is right there. Jump on. Salman, you've been in that chat for too long. Some people mesha say squirting. I hate that as well. But listen, I got this. Khalid and Sisters Talk are really great. Yeah, we are walala, man. Come on, the more the merrier, especially if you're a woman as well. We would love for you to chime in. We're trying to get more sisters on the panel. We're trying to get Sister Talk to host our panels as well. So if your sisters want a place where females could be a place, why are you not being shy? Hit up the like button, hit up the subscribe button. The work rate is there for you guys. We need you guys to hit up the like, hit up our subscribes. You know the ones. If you want a space for where only Faye A's, all the sisters want to go, we got a channel for you guys. But if you don't even want to be talking around men, If you want to talk about your subjects, just hit her up on Instagram, hit her up on whatever social email as well. So she'll sort out topics for you. If you guys just want to have a female friendly, where Dummer could come and express what they want to express. But sis, I got a sticky one. I watched this
Alright,
here and I
let's
thought
watch
to
it.
myself, let's get into it. Let's unpack this one, as you say. Where is it? There it is. Yep, you guys can see it. Oh, there it is. You guys can see it.
The video. Today's video is going to be women don't need men. Before I get into the video though, gotta do YouTube stuff. The goal is 85,000 subscribers by September. It's a crazy goal. It's a big goal, but it's my goal. I don't know the way I'm gonna get to my goal is if you give me the HBO special. You know what the HBO special is? That's the Help a Brother Out special. All right, so go ahead and help a brother out. Hit the like and the subscribe button for more content. I'm gonna give y'all a second to do that. All right, now let's get to the video. Women don't need men. Let's see what she got to say.
Going on. A lot of cap. Y'all got the cap because y'all love bags. That's
Why
all
do
y'all
you
care
think
about.
that the stripping rate? Let me say this. Why do you think the stripping rate in women have become so broad and so accepted? Why? Because sex sells. A man is going to show up to flaunt his money over a woman
Not
because
me.
he believes.
You ain't
Let me
me.
finish. He believes that his money is going to get him the attention, whether he got to pay for it or not. And most men that got money to waste, they don't mind paying
exactly.
for it. And that's the difference.
I know men that have money.
I did better not showing money.
That's these PPP boys. They throwing money all over the place. Why?
I don't
They
get
didn't work for it.
This is the thing.
Why you got to work for it? Here's the thing, and I understand wanting to exploit the system, right? It's tough for anybody, and if you could find an easy way to make money and exploit, and if men can't control themselves enough to the point where they're willing to give you money for showing bikini pictures, why wouldn't you as a woman take advantage of that situation? The problem isn't that women are taking advantage of that situation. The problem is women aren't willing to deal with the consequences or the labels that they'll be given if they do that. Okay, so you have women that are making absurd amounts of money from the OnlyFans thing, but then you also have the fact that they didn't work for that money. Okay, and the reason why you want to work for money is for yourself. It's so that you understand what to do with the money. See, people who get quick money, it usually goes quick too. All right, you look at people who win the lottery.
Sorry, sis. I'm gonna get to the bit where I wanted you to cover with me. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay.
No, not this bit. Are you watching it? What do you think of so far? This is the bit I wanted to. Where is it?
All right, there's obviously good enough for you to even be able to say that.
And y'all need.
Right? If you get assaulted by a man, if you get sexually assaulted or times, if everything shut down today and they say you're on your own, you wouldn't stand a chance. All right, and if it was men versus women, men would be able to do whatever they wanted to women, and women wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Because when a woman is in trouble, she calls men to protect her. Right? If you get assaulted by a man, if you get sexually assaulted or the R word, whatever happens to you by a man, you call two good men, right? That insinuates that there are more good men than bad men. So just that idea that you don't need men because you could just use the sperm or whatever, absolutely ridiculous. Because you forget about the 9 months where you're pregnant and you can't do you. And we built you by a man. What? Right?
Woman to bear a child for you.
I need
stuff like that and actually think that they have a point. But let's continue the video.
I don't need a man. Like
You need a physical woman to bear a child for you.
And y'all need a physical sperm. Where does it come from? From a man.
Who built the hospitals?
Look for a book and find a
I can find a womb.
Who built the books? Who started?
Surrogates. And you need a physical man to give you sperm. You need a physical man.
No, you.
What
Bro, you need a physical.
Listen. If a physical man didn't go to that hospital, it would not be there. So you need a physical.
If a physical man didn't build the hospital, there'd be nothing there.
Listen, women.
You don't need a physical man to live with, to have a child with.
Where you getting the sperm from?
The hospital, bro.
Women are carriers
Listen.
of children. Okay.
Listen, you guys don't carry kids for 9 months. We do.
I carried them my whole life. What the hell? Kids is here the whole life. You don't got kids in you right now. No. Wait. Actually, I do got kids. They right here. They right here. They right here. I got millions of them.
Girls are got
millions of them. You got kids? Oh, you got kids? Wait, you got kids? I'm not talking about your dogs. I'm not talking about your dogs. You got kids? You got kids in your body? No. My point is that you don't have kids, you carry a kid.
But you need a physical woman to
that's somebody pushing you.
Bro.
That's somebody.
That's why gay men get a surrogate.
No,
they get physical women.
Let's be medically correct. You carry an embryo. The embryo is then stimulated by the sperm. You can't be stimulated. You can't have a baby without sperm.
That's the issue, bro.
I'm not saying
women like you always try to eliminate men, and that's where the issue is. You just said you don't need a man.
Yo, ST, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I think they're both trying to eliminate one another.
Oh, I don't like the way you just did that. Hi, what can Garcia say? I love that. Hi, is that what you're on a defensive? I'm saying.
No, I'm not defensive. I'm saying from what I'm hearing. Because they're saying that they've carried the sperm. She's saying you need an egg to fertilize.
Nah. Side. Wait a minute. Hold up. Young lady. We're gonna come back to the video. Let's just hold up. We gotta rewind it, sister.
Okay.
I wanted to pick up on the bit where the mentality of that woman, the sheer audacity of that woman to come up with this. And do you think I see a lot of females with that mentality?
I do.
You don't need a man to do this. And I'm thinking to myself, well, hang on a minute. What is up? And that's the type of shit. Us decent men are trying to look at women, not the incel guys, they're on some next other shit. But decent men are trying to cut out the air, and these women are warped with this. What is it, Wallo? Now you give me your 2 cents on it, Emeka. Before you went on a defensive, super defensive, but no shit.
Well, firstly, Huna, I think you're projecting because you're concentrating on an argument that both parties are very stupid in having. So when I said they're both cancelling, they're both trying to eliminate one another, that's not me sticking up for the girls and being defensive, and that's not me degrading the men. That's me looking at them through a logical, rational perspective and saying they're both stupid. The fact that they're even having the conversation, it doesn't even make sense. So
what do you think What do you think with this type of mindset? That women are kind from a woman's perspective.
From a woman's perspective, I think it's ridiculous. I think it negates the harmony of the world, the way it works. I definitely, I'm going to say it here, I need a man. I can never sit here and say I don't need a man. For me, that logic doesn't even come into my mind.
I'll stand here as well and say I need a woman.
Exactly.
As the natural order of things.
Exactly.
Sis, I think we've got Sister Selma coming on. Please, her device is connecting. So hopefully, go on, carry on, sister.
Yeah, so for me, I feel like it's a silly argument from both parties. For a woman, I know this is unfortunately the narrative that a lot of women want to believe. But as exactly the Reem, I think, or Reem said, this mindset is toxic and it's sad. I totally agree with you. It's a very toxic mindset. And again, it adds to why we see the red pill, and because it's like they're both cancelling each other out, and even if we go back to the initial video of that gentleman we put on, they have become people who don't even value themselves. Because true value is knowing that, you need another human being to connect, to have emotional intimacy is something that's very, very important.
That's true.
Yeah.
Sis, let me just cut. Sister Salma's in the back. She's in the back chat and the private chat. What did she just say? It's my laptop's not letting me. No, you have to keep trying again. She's saying I cannot get access. I don't know if you've got a Mac.
I'm making dua quickly, inshallah, ya Rab. I want her to come on. From you, sister.
Selma's been not so. Either try your device. Keep trying again. It says on the back here your device is not connecting. Do you know what you do, Selma? Jump off it and jump back on the link. Press it again. I'm gonna tell her to. Well, she's in the back. She hasn't come on. Refresh herself and press the link again. Tell her to press the link again. What do you think of what Hartle said? Angry black woman syndrome. I think that's something. I think it's a crazy thing to say, but what do you think of this?
I think it's a crazy thing to say because, firstly, there is that narrative that's out there, but again, where did it come from? How did it? Because then this whole thing goes into colorism. It goes to the oppressive. It could even go all the way back to from the American perspective, slavery. So this is not our narrative. Alhamdulillah. I don't think we have this in our community.
But it's seeping in, sister. Allah. Wait
No.
God.
I'm saying like
there she is. Woo! Welcome. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Come on, speak.
Selma, can you hear us, sister?
Can you hear us? This happens all the time. Is she using? I think she's using an iPhone or iMac. Hello, sister Selma. Hello.
Messaged on the private chat. She said she can't hear us.
Tell her to come back in
Hear
again.
you either.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you. Yes.
Wa alaikum salam.
She became alive. This is one of my favorite moments when a comment comes to life. Hello.
I'm just messaging.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Yes, hold
Hear me, guys.
We can
Can
hear
you hear
you.
me?
We can hear you. Yes.
Read the message, sister. I don't know if you can hear us. We can hear you clearly.
Tell her, does she want to try again?
All right, let me tell her
Literally,
to find.
guys, like.
We can hear you,
Oh,
man.
okay, alhamdulillah. I'm new to this, so anyways, I just want to say, like, Khalid, if you can hear me, I just want to thank you so much, everything that you do, alhamdulillah, may Allah bless you, Jannatul Firdaus,
I mean, thank you. You as well, sister.
And sister Therapy as well. All of you, Jazakallah khair.
You too, sister. Barakallahu feekum. And thank you so much for all your comments and subhanallah, inspirational words. I don't know if you can hear. Oh yeah, alhamdulillah. How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah, just too shy, it's like my first time, like.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah. What a privilege to have you on, subhanallah.
Don't be shy, man. Just pretend like, well, Allah, listen, you're at home. Or look, you know what I mean? That's about it. That's what I do on the go.
Yeah.
And how, so is there
I'll listen to you guys, inshallah. Like,
is there anything you want to add, sister?
Just want to say thank you so much.
You're welcome.
No, like, I'm going to lose confidence and I just.
Inshallah, you won't. Inshallah. We're here together, sister. We're all here together. So anything you want, even if you want to speak Somali, I can understand Somali, alhamdulillah. So inshallah.
Somali, wallahi, uska yareechi yahay.
Anigu was saying, wallahi, uska yareechi but inshallah, we work with it, alhamdulillah.
All right, guys, inshallah, I'm gonna watch you.
Okay. Nah, man, you might as well get involved, man. I don't play that walalo. You know that. Come on, man. Me?
Oh my god.
أنا ضدك أمصن. أدونك بعض يقول أنا one of them people when he shake his where إلى ما توصل البنكور ريو you are that comfort zone. People when they get in that comfort zone way back down. But أبقاني مولولو at the end of the day. What's your thoughts nowadays? Well, Selma, you've been in the chat. شكلها رجع دمر كهايسن كورن. حنا كلا هايا. Hope she heard that. Hello.
I'm not sure. Maybe the connection. Do you think the connection might have gone? Can you hear us, Sister Selma?
Well, someone said, someone asked you a question. We're going to go back to
subhanallah.
I think he wants me to rate it.
Oh, okay, go on.
I'll say she's a standard 6 or 5 at best. At 6, I'll say 6.5. If we push it, 6.5.
6.5 Baba Turihaya.
I would love to get I'm an 8 myself, so I'm not that really far behind. You know how it is, man. But there's people with higher degrees than us out here. But one quadli karna,
horta adigu waad dhaantaa ilaa xadkiiba masha Allah.
In yet, I have to, if I self-acclaim it myself, but I'm not trying to be ego, no narcissism. But that's why I'm getting very dama. I'm shit compared to certain people, but I believe it's when I speak to Kof of Somali Kohalle, Makasan Lekeni Korea, but when I'm speaking to a diaspora, it's a whole like I break it. It's more easy English.
I know was that one drama sometimes.
No,
for me it makes it easy.
It makes it
like,
easy.
Somalia of English one skudara, but subhanallah, Malindu Tolale Gudi, we're just gonna have the conversation. Somali one Kohalana. I think I lasted a couple of minutes, and then I was looking for a word, and then I was like, what was that word again? Subhanallah.
Someone said sis has got an accent.
Accent? Subhanallah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I heard man like Fat said, what? Come on. Yeah, I think so, man. I get smoked all the time, man. I'm not scared to take a smoking.
No, never that. Inshallah. We're all learning. Alhamdulillah.
Says, hey, I'm back.
MashaAllah.
You stay. Wallah, that's it, man. Wallah. So it depends, but some people feel comfortable there. Some people feel comfortable in the stages. It depends.
Alhamdulillah. Firstly, can I just say, wallahi, sister, it was a privilege just to hear your voice. MashaAllah.
I know.
Tabarakallah. Thank you for joining.
For me, remember, sis, I always used to say, I think people's heard it in the beginning. Like, for me, I love when, comments come to life. Like, it happened with you as well one time. I remember you used to be like that. In the comment section, Assalamu alaikum. Hello, y'all. It took a little while, after a little while, and I want to say, it's just the same as Solomon. After a little while, then one comment, 3 comments, and then one day, bang, Linky Babala top take.
That is true. That is so true. I never forget that day.
Mm-hmm.
I was stalking the channel. I was like, oh my goodness, of Somali Baba. Well, I was shocked when it said Somali speakers. I was like, Somali speakers? What is this about?
What is this? Someone thought I was just playing music. One girl came up to me. I thought your whole channel was about music. Like speakers. I was like, nah, man. How did it feel? Like, I don't know. Sometimes to join the conversation, what did he say? Salma, I will join the conversation. Yeah, Abdul Qais, if you want to come in. But what did Brother Hartalk say? What do you think about this?
Oh, no, mad agenda. Yeah, definitely. I've lost count with the LGBTQ. I don't know how many alphabets we have to go through, but yeah. And unfortunately,
go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I said, and unfortunately, that did come off the back of, I think it's the second feminism move, the second revolution of feminism.
Mm-hmm. What was the difference between the second one and the first one? Because I heard you say this a couple of times. The first one was the suffragettes, right?
Yeah, I think the second one, if I'm not mistaken, was like in the maybe like late 1800s or early 1900s. Someone can correct me. And that was because of the oppressiveness of women. Like if, for example, a woman was married to her husband, she was the property of that husband. And if he died, his father or his brother will take her on as like their wife or whatever. And they will, mate with them. They weren't allowed to own properties. They weren't even till, was it 1940s? The first act for women was established in terms of her actually owning the ability to own a property. Because before that, if a woman had heritage from her father's lineage, and for example, her father died and she was the only living relative, and the women in the West got, the inheritance, she wouldn't be entitled to it. The husband would take it.
Ah, so you're saying, okay, say right now, you're the only child in the family.
Yeah. Yeah.
A man comes along, he goes in his name straight away.
I wouldn't be entitled to it.
That's kind of fucked.
That's why
in Islam, because in Islam you get it.
Yeah, more than 1400 years ago, we know the story of Khadija radhiyallahu anha. She was one of the most wealthiest women in Mecca at the time. Even with her financial stability, she was able to further Islam as when she got married to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and radhiyallahu anha, may Allah be pleased with her. Like a lot of all her wealth went towards the spread of Islam and aiding the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So yeah, and that was more than 1400 years ago. So women alhamdulillah, from Islamic perspective, a lot of the rights that the Western women were seeking to get through the feministic movements, we already had it. You know, we already had it, alhamdulillah. So if we look at why it started, the cause of it was noble. You know, there was oppression. Yeah, there was oppressive. They were in an oppressive state, so it made sense, you know, to push back. But then, the third wave of feminism, and I think that started. Did it start in 2010, or there's 4 waves? So I know one is in 2010, which is the latest one.
I think that was no. I think there was one before that.
1970?
I say it was like. I say it was during the 80s, you know, when in the financial revolution, you know, the financial revolution in the 80s, where everyone started moving into this heavy capitalism. That's when, you know, women were actually in and around. I think it's the 80s. Like I say, late 70s and beginning of the 80s. That's when the third one I think happened. When more women started actually becoming COEs, started competing, and you know, in the job industry.
Yeah, so I think there was even one. Well, I'm not really sure in terms of timeline, but the one that was heavily based on when we look at where LGBTQZ, all of these letters have come, or maybe like stemmed from, were when they wanted sexual freedom. So like when it comes to having the ability to control their sexuality, like i.e. who they sleep with, because even in that era, women were, you know, the husband could rape the woman. Like if she didn't want to have sex, he didn't care. Like he would literally just use her as a, you know, pump and dump type of thing. And women, you know, if there was any rape, women weren't really taken seriously. So there was a lot of oppression still there. And I guess when they now try to come out of that, they used the premise of like gender. I don't know. There was, well, hey, it's confusing, but they kind of went off the notion of like gender being a social construct rather than an actual biological, you know, ability that we, or a biological stance that we've got. So there was various different things. Cool, Will. Women trying hard to change the community to fit their agenda. Don't speak for the community. Mind your business. FFS. I don't know what that means.
I know what F for F is. The F word for effing sakes. Women trying to, let's concentrate on the first bit. Do you know what it is? Yeah, I think that smells incelish. That smells a very incel comment to say.
Well, firstly, we don't know who he was talking to, so you know we'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
He was talking. He was this guy that was making the comments right here. Look at this comment here.
Oh, is he talking to me?
No, just in general.
Women know their place. Stop competing with men. Firstly, nobody's trying to compete with you. You know, I don't know where that comes from, but you know, we're all here on the internet. You know, we're not here in a gladiator ring where we're trying to fight you. So,
this is the notion, because sis, now do you get why I said that was an incel comment?
Yeah, now I understand.
From the beginning, I followed the channel and I was like, okay, cool. Because guys like this, it's always women's something like, oh my God, like there's a meteorite coming to hit the world, it's a woman's fault. Oh my God, there's an earth, it's a woman's fault. Like, for fuck's sakes. This is what makes, I think to myself, yeah, and I'm not even trying to take the piss out of the brother or sister, yeah. I think it's a brother, by the way, yeah. I'm not trying to mug you, but I think to myself, like, this is very dangerous. I think this is what, you know, Jake, what's his name? Jake Davis, the Plymouth incel murderer. This is the rhetoric. Can you see it? Wallah.
Of course, I can see it.
And I think like young men with this mentality really needs to check themselves.
Yeah. Well, do you know what? The thing is, like, even when we look at power, right? Like how we define power, I mean, from a men's perspective. So I think I shared this with you before, and it really made sense when I heard this. It said that some men exercise power and some men execute power. So when men try to exercise power and they almost feel inadequate because of society, because of the women that they encounter that, you know, demasculizes them and God knows what else, that the, you know, trauma they've gone through, they now project that onto other people. And obviously when, you know, that doesn't even work, then now they go and want to kill people. So it's this, you know, it's a small but, you know, very progressive path that a lot of people are on. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide us all, because at the end of the day, like, no one is disputing that feminism is toxic. Like, feminism is toxic to when it comes to the traditional women. Like, you guys can sit here, like, for me, a lot of the things that I've read about feminism, they look at women who are traditional housewives and that take care of their children. They call them, like, you know, that they're doormats. That's what they call women who follow the traditional you know, role that they prefer. So feminism is not good for women and it's not good for men. Feminism is toxic. And unfortunately, we live in a society that, you know, is rampant in it.
I know, sis. I was watching a video about this 50-year-old woman. She just hit her 50s, yeah, and she's regretting this at this age. Like, boom, she hit 50, and then she was like, "I was staunch into this, and now look at me. I've got what I wanted. I've achieved what I achieved, and I am not happy." So, I don't think. What I try to say to brothers is look, at the end of the day, yeah, I don't think every single female in the world is a feminist, but I feel like it is being deeply affected, and maybe some sisters actually need to just reflect and look at themselves and be honest as well. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, of course. Like, do you know what it comes down to, Khalid, right?
Yeah, well,
why we have these, even the video that you played, you saw men and women arguing with sperm and egg. Like, I'm just like, what is that? How, like, you know, how much of brain cells that we've got left in our brain where we're actually sitting here saying, I carry the eggs, and she's there going, but you can't fertilize without my egg, and I have a sperm donor that I can go to, or whatever nonsense that they were talking about.
Yeah.
If we really think about it, right, like, it just is nonsense. But I'll tell you the truth of it all, right, is that when a woman doesn't have self-worth, when she doesn't have an innate sense of self-worth and a healthy sense of self-esteem, she will go to where she can to get her leverage. When a man doesn't have a sense of healthy self-worth and a healthy sense of self-esteem, he will go to where he can leverage his get leverage from as well. So a lot of the people that we're almost we're glamorizing these people. Like, we can talk about so many other healthy, beneficial topics, but I feel like this is a reoccurring narrative in your channel where women would be like, no, we're not feminists, and men will be like, you know, go back home, the feminists in the West is messed up, you know, this, that, and the other. And really and truly, it's like, you know, but who's winning? Like, we're all here just looking like we don't even have brain cells.
I know, sis, and this is the worst thing. I feel like they're really doing a job on us. If we don't combat this and speak up about this here, it really is. It might become to a stage in life where everyone might become asexual. Well, that's what I think, that this is what they want. I think they want to turn men and women against each other. Because I was watching a recent thing as well, innit? Yeah, women are complaining and men are not approaching them no more. And the men's response is, we're scared. Some men are scared to approach women. So what happens? They go into this, you know, this incel world. What do you think about that?
Yeah, but when we look at how hypersexualized the world is, like, when women, when the whole sexual revolution kind of, and the, you know, the contraception pill was introduced and all of this, right? Like, what came off of that is pornography. What came off of that now is, you know, scandalous photos on social media. What's come off of that is now, you know,
Sex
I can choose
tapes.
whatever gender that I want to be. Yeah. What comes off that now is people glamorizing stripping. You know, a lot of in America, this is heavily around, where a young woman, she would say, oh, to pay off for my studies, I have to go and on the pole and start stripping to get money, right? And degrade herself. But the thing is, what a lot of people fail is that people are taking advantage of you, right? Whether you're a man or a woman. And when we sit here and we don't have a sense of self-awareness, it's almost, you're speaking to, like, it's like the blind leading the blind, right? So it's very dangerous and it's very toxic. And you're right, we have to talk about these things, because this is not what we ascribe to. You know, even healthy human beings don't even ascribe to this. It doesn't even matter like whether you're Muslim or not. Like just people that have common sense know the narratives that are being pushed out. You know, there's agendas that are out in here.
Mm-hmm. When you say hypersexualized, you see, because I've noticed this word. I've noticed this. I've been looking at this word for recent little while. Yeah. This hypersexualized society. Where do you think the end goal is with these guys? Whoever people's pushing these narratives, what do you think it is?
So
Because there must be something behind this.
Yeah, there is, and sometimes it comes from, you know, like the I think we've mentioned it before, the biblical stance on sexuality, right? In Christianity, I don't want to say speak for all of them, but a lot of them do believe that, you know, sex is almost like an evil thing. Like we know even in Judaism, there's certain people that believe that sex is a dirty thing and it's only should be done for procreation. We know in, you know, the churches in Europe, you know, we have people that abstain from sex. They're priests and whatever else and priestesses, and they go raping and, you know, molesting young children. When we look at from the Western perspective, it's sex has been something that has been suppressed. And when something is suppressed, it's almost like as if you're pulling a rubber band. It's only a matter of time before it pulls back on you. And then we had the sexual revolution, where now women are liberated to pick and choose who they want to sleep with, you know, when and when not they want to have children. And this has given them a sense of, you know, entitlement to their body. And now we've seen it, you know, play out to the point where now we have Cardi B speaking about the WAP and God knows what else, you know. So this is where we've evolved to, right? You know, we've evolved to, but then when we look at other people, we're like, no, you know, they're backwards. So Sister Talk saying, men out here not approaching are doing fitna. Men are not approaching because they are not motivated. Simple. Well, firstly, I never spoke about men approaching. I think Khalid made that comment.
I did.
So I would say, please don't ascribe to me something that I didn't say. And secondly, I think men or women shouldn't be motivated by the opposite gender. Their first priority in life should be to have a purpose other than your genital area. Very simple.
What did someone else say here?
I know, geez, I definitely said sex, and I will say sex again, because you know
and
what
I'll say sex with you as well.
Yeah, this is what you see, this is what you hear, this is what you see on your billboards. A woman that's, you know, got nothing to do with a pair of glasses and she's butt naked, or a car or whatever, right? Because it sells, unfortunately.
I lie. This is what I'm saying. Some people, maybe Abdi's not emotional. He's a young brother. Maybe he's not used to people talking about it.
Of course. The thing is, even for us, right? Let's be really honest tonight. Let's have those really honest conversations.
Let's go, sis. Let's go deep.
The community can fix this. It's hopeless. When a Jahannabi can have an opinion in our community, too many foreigners in our business.
What the hell? There's no foreigners. It's just us now. What the?
I think maybe he's just expressing like an opinion that he has. So I don't think he means anything bad by it. I think he's just expressing an opinion. And yeah, you know, you've got the right to believe that.
You got the right. But sis, you say gloves are off. Let's go.
Let's talk. Like, even if you look at like any of us on the chat, like, how was sex introduced to us? Sexual intelligence.
Oh, okay.
Does any of us have any kind of sexual intelligence, or do we look at it as something that's something that's dirty? Whenever like we were watching TV on the sofa with all our family and two people held hands or kissed, you know, we all turned our face and like astaghfirullah, like, you know, because nobody speaks to us about these things. We imagine Horna, right, Khalid, like you have something, right? There's a purpose for it. Like this laptop, Imika, there's a purpose for it. This mic has a purpose for it.
Yes.
But I don't give you the manual, and I sure as hell don't tell you about it, how it works or anything. And I just leave you to it. And then tomorrow, when you're sexual hormones take you wherever and you become completely overwhelmed by them now, and something happens or you get into a haram relationship or whatever, now I'm here bashing you with the Quran and Islam, and I'm saying astaghfirullah, this, that, and the other. Or when you get married, because no one's really giving you that, talk about intimacy on a different level other than what you learn in school about anatomy and women's periods and sperms and eggs. Like, how else are you meant to navigate through your marriage, right? I think there's a lot of taboo that goes on, and I think this is why a lot of people go to the West, because in the West it's telling you liberate yourself, enjoy yourself, feed your nafs, feed your ego, don't worry about the consequences. And this is what we have now.
What do you think about this comment for you, sister?
I feel that even married couples find it hard to speak about what they like or don't like in the bedroom. Definitely, because it's aib, it's shameful, it's
we've been taught to not embrace it. After the head,
yeah.
Sis, can you hold up the panel? I need to come back from the little, them ones.
I don't even know what to say.
Now just answer the questions, innit? So yeah?
Okay, well, I don't even know. You took the question down. 1 second.
Okay, now any of the questions if you want to answer.
Find it hard to express. Yes, Faye.
A little Q&A with Sister Talk for a little 5 minutes while I come
maybe
back.
A question or something. Otherwise, I'm just going to be like someone else last time in your stream. I'm just going to sit here.
Now, pick the best ones that you want to see. Quick Q&A, 5-10 minutes with the sister. You guys ask her. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness. Oh, you said man like Faz got this YouTube video on loudspeaker. Doesn't want the world. What? Let me go back on. You don't want Alba to hear. Okay. Sis, are you a therapist? Yes, I am, sister. Alhamdulillah. I'm a psychotherapist. So I work with various different modalities, and I specialize in actually relationships between men and women. That's my specialty, alhamdulillah. And the reason why I got into that because I saw, the lack of education. Sometimes that happens to us as sisters and also to us as brothers. So that's what I deal with. So I do couples therapy. I do various different types. Alhamdulillah. Oh, ignore the one. Jazakallah khairan Faye. Alhamdulillah. Do you know what, sister? Sometimes I might come across like a lot of what people say is offensive. And to be honest, I don't find it offensive, but I do get frustrated with us sometimes when we can't seem to have, because there isn't anywhere else. Like when I came across Somali speakers, the first thing I did was I was like, MashaAllah. Like I actually saw a platform where, I can learn Somali off the panelists, because I think at the time Brother Jamil was on there. And there were times where the brothers would speak Somali. And, we spoke about back home. I learned so much of the various different topics from like back home, what's going on, and also from different things, alhamdulillah. So, yeah, so I feel like to have a space where we can talk as adults and dialogue, I think is very important for us, because I don't know, like, can you go and speak to your mom or your dad or even your family, like your sister, your brother, maybe a little bit more now, but I don't think you really can fully. So a lot of the education that we get when it comes to really important parts of our lives actually comes from the West. So this is why, when someone ascribes to feminism or the red pill, I don't really get mad at them per se, because I see that, they're looking for guidance. And when someone is misguided, they resonate, or they gravitate towards whatever's lacking in them. They think that structure or that concept will fulfill them, but it doesn't. It really doesn't, unfortunately. I totally agree, Ms. Hersey. I do feel that there is a huge gap, unfortunately, between men and women in our community.
I'm back. How was it?
Yeah,
Q&A.
I was just talking. It was okay. It felt like I was on my channel. I was just talking to myself.
You guys, go subscribe. Oh my God.
Oh, mashallah.
Mashallah. Young Master Ridley's in the building.
Yeah, what's good?
Assalamu
What's good
alaikum,
with you?
Ridley.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. Hello.
Yeah, I'm good. What are you saying? Rough Friday night, I'm back.
You had a rough Friday night?
Brody, I was out here. You know how it goes.
Yeah, man. Well, we had a quiet Friday night. You know, adult lifestyle. You know, when you hit plus 30s, you just like a good movie.
Fact.
Kabaha, you know them ones. How you been, Ridley, man?
Man, you know me, fam. You know me, man. I'm blessed.
Okay, let me get into it, man. There was a recent incident in England. There was an incel guy that killed a lot of people. The guy was heavily subscribed to Red Pill.
Nah. He's definitely men go their own way.
Now he was more, but there's a difference. They said incels tend to do this. Men go their own way on. They're trying to make a difference. But what do you think? What do you think about this guy's characteristics?
I don't know to be honest. Like that happened in Canada too. A guy, his name was Alec Minassian. He was incel
Yes.
and he ran over a bunch of females. Like he killed 10 women. And the place where he did it used to be me and my friend. We used to go there all the time. And I was like, damn, that's crazy. Because the first time when I see the news, I'm like, oh shit, this is a Muslim nigga for sure, terrorist shit. Then we seen the name and everything. I'm like, oh, damn, this was weird. And that's what incel became popular. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. This is a weird thing, bro. A lot of people need to go get healed, bro. I don't even know what's going on, bro. Like I said the last time, this is gonna be common, bro. Like the biggest domestic terrorists now are all these type of movies are gonna be incels. They're gonna keep doing these type of activities, man.
I got a question though. How come that wasn't prevalent in 2001, but it's prevalent now?
Assalamu alaikum, Somali hoyo, Mrs.
Alaikum
Hirsi.
salam. How are you doing?
You're Mrs. Hirsi, right? Are you Mrs.
Yeah,
Hirsi in the chat?
Miss Hirsi. Yeah, I'm.
Ah, shit. Okay.
Can I just say I'm gonna be back in just a couple of minutes, okay?
Yeah, go and take a break, sister. We got the panel now. Finally, this panelists.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've been.
Talk when they're on the sun camera. Go ahead, sister.
I've been in and out. I haven't caught everything you said this evening.
Yeah.
So
Now we were talking about that recent incident in Plymouth.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
Because I wasn't even planning to do a stream, but you know what it is? It's like I thought to myself, I brought it up because the last conversations, well, even for the last 2-3 weeks, it's been about this subject. You know, incels, red pill, and these guys are actually causing murder. And what Ridley was saying, he's saying there's going to be more, and there's going to be a rise of this.
Okay, maybe he can elaborate for us. He knows more about it.
Go on.
Open your mic.
Rid, you want to elaborate? Break it down?
Elaborate on what? Sorry.
What do you mean? Like, there's going to be a rise of this type of thing happening?
No, it's been like that. It's I don't know, man. Like the last attacks that happened, the guy that shot up the massage parlor in Atlanta, or the guy that shot up the FedEx factory in Indianapolis, like they're all guys born in the 2000s. They're all born in it. So yeah, it's scary. It's very scary.
Yeah, it is. Because the guy that did it in England about 2 days ago, he's only 21 years old.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, what race was he? Was he white?
Huh? He was white. Pure English. Pure English guy. Killed about 10 people.
How did he get the gun license though?
That's what I'm thinking. Who would give this guy a gun license?
Yeah, that's bad.
But the incel, this community, what do you think about it? You guys are saying it's Abdi Gates just said something. How come this only on the rise since 2000s?
Yeah, I'm trying to see why wasn't it active back in the 90s, the 2000s?
Because there was no internet. I'll tell you
exactly.
There was no internet. Yeah, it's got something to do with the internet.
Yeah,
it's got something to do with the internet, bro.
Yeah, it's a symptom.
I don't know.
Go ahead,
Is it to do with they're not having real? So go ahead, Samantha. I'm saying, are they not really having tangible, real life experiences? You know, like
I'd say me, you, sister therapy, and hard talk. Like I think we're that generation.
They're living life through the like.
We're with that generation that grew up outside before, before social media and
Now,
after
I've been
social
to that as
media.
well. I've been to it as well. I grew up outside, but up to a certain age. Like,
but you're only 21. How old are you? 22, 23?
Yeah. 20.
You're Gen Z.
I'm 20.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Gen Z, this Gen Z generation,
yeah.
It's for me. It's to do with the internet. That's what I'm following. That's my sort of. That's all I can think about. Everything's accessible. People comparing people's lives together. Because the guy that did the Plymouth thing, he was doing YouTube. He was actually watching some people on Michael Elliott and
it's like the pedophiles, bro. There's like pedophiles got easy access. It's all the same rings, man.
It's the same rings,
Ooh, that's dangerous. You can't compare an incel to a pedophile, though.
No, I'm not saying like that. I'm saying, see, like they've got rings. They've got people to like. Where before they were lonely, they were by themselves. Now they've got people to interact with, innit? They've got more
networks. Online. They've got a network of them and they're all gaslighting each other.
So what you saying now? If you need a gun license, they might check your history, your web history, see what kind of they might even put an algorithm test for you nowadays, innit? See what your political stance is, the likeliness of you.
They should have done that from the beginning.
Now I think they're gonna start implementing that soon, innit? It's all
I'm trying to look at where do you put the prevention, especially in our Somali community, because there's a whole heap of kids and a whole heap of guys growing up on the internet. We see it happening. We've had these conversations with some of the brothers. Emeka Ridley, he's a proud red pill. He says I'm a red pill guy all day long.
You know what? I'm a proud one. I'm a proud one as well. I don't think
red pill.
Yeah,
you're part of that red pill movement.
Yeah, up to a certain extent. Not all the way though, innit?
Yeah, but Khalid,
what's that?
Yeah, I'm red pill in order to maneuver the Western dating scene. You know what I mean? Like that's I'm not a red pill just on some whack shit.
What's the red pill though? About talk to me, yeah.
The red pill is this sort of movements where there's something called MGTOW, men going their own way. That's rad. He's the type of guy, he doesn't want to get married. He sort of fuck all of that. And there's these other guys the incel guys that are online. They're detached from society, put it that way.
Crazy.
And basically, they think everything they hear about women, and they got this deep down hatred for women. But I think red pill's a bit different. I don't know. It's these labels.
Yeah,
it's these movements.
I think there's levels to it, isn't there? It's
degrees to this.
Yeah, I think basically there's extreme ones like these ones that are committing the murders. They say they've taken the black pill, so they're totally like hopeless. They don't think they're ever gonna have a relationship or anything. And the red ones, I feel like they're like woken up to women's crap. Basically, is that what they're saying?
Yeah.
But I don't understand how you can be a Muslim and say you're involved in this. It doesn't make sense.
No, because say if you're not even attached to Islam.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And for me, it's what it is it's the internet, wallah.
It is, yeah.
See, when men fall into this, you see, basically, when they fall into this deep spiral or something, it's like Harto said, they're gonna go seek groups.
It's
they're gonna
negative.
go seek people, and they're gonna go online to see, and then they're gonna keep comparing people's lives together, and then from there, you know what it is.
Definitely, yeah. Basically, if you told somebody in your household, they'd give you a slap, wouldn't they? Into reality.
Yeah.
Basically,
come
wouldn't
they? Somali then what? So they're gonna keep quiet. I'm Muslim because they don't want no one to think they're crazy. This is the other problem.
Because it sounds crazy in the reality of day. It sounds ridiculous. You're 21 and you've lost hope. You're never gonna get married. Nothing. It's obviously some sort of depressive state, isn't it? You're in a depression. If you surround yourself with,
I don't subscribe. It's absolutely not hopeless. No, not hopeless.
See, this is what I'm saying, Abdulqais. You gotta be careful, my young 20-year-old brother, when you're saying I subscribe to certain things. Now,
what I'm saying is, at the age of 15 and compared to now at 20, the way I see stuff is a bit different.
Obviously, you're growing up through adolescence.
Yeah. But sometimes is what I see on the internet that open a bit of my knowledge, you know.
But too much information is poison.
Yeah, it's information. Right?
But what are you looking at 15 though? What are you hoping for?
Oh,
that's a good question, because from 15 to 20, like from now, you should still be searching, and like adolescents, you should be looking for life.
I think everybody's looking for like a partner or a girlfriend or something, are they?
No. Like for yes, exactly, for like love or something, innit?
Huh?
Yeah.
Why are you like? Is again maybe living in this Western society? You're like, you feel like you should be doing the same thing as people that are like non-Muslims. Is that what you think? I don't know. I don't know why young people think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Like,
yeah,
you know, there's a lot. You know, at that age, you think there's lots of stuff coming together at once.
Yeah.
You're trying to balance your religion and then your culture and your environment, and then you get a bit confused, and then you search for something that you find balance in. I found my balance in the red pill movement, innit? So like the way.
What do you mean? What do you agree with them about? What do you identify with from there?
For example, the nature of the female, and
what's the nature of the female?
Hypergamy, for example, that they're always trying to date above
their
social ranking or whatnot.
Okay, that doesn't apply to the Somali community.
Yeah, it depends where you are.
We're scraping the bottom of the bar.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Nah, don't say that. No. Listen, some of us are actually on the way up, sister.
Sorry.
Now, some of us are on the way up. What I'm saying is, yeah, I never knew about those kind of stuff until I learned about on the internet.
So you believe that?
Can I just say something? Sorry, I was just going to say, Khalid, thanks for having me. It's getting past my bedtime, so inshallah, I'll catch you guys soon, all right?
Definitely, I see, man.
Take care.
Take care. Go ahead. I'm free, Abdi. Let's break it down.
Yeah, so like I didn't know anything about hypergamy. I used to just think, oh, people they just go with whatever their heart takes you in it. But now I learned there's actually a whole game to it. It's more.
There is a game up
more
to
than just.
You play the game to win.
No, I see
it's a whole game. Yeah.
There's a mixture of two, isn't there? There's a mixture of both things. I think there's people that just go with off gate chat or whatever, and then there's other people that have got a game plan. Everyone's not the same. Not every woman's looking for that, are they?
Come on,
I say
come on.
It's a balance.
No, a lot of women are looking for the same thing: rich, handsome, and all about materialism. This is why dudes do what they do.
It's all subjective, though. It's like one person's rich could be, I don't know, earning a certain salary. Another person's rich could be, just it could be different, couldn't it? And also equal to the attractiveness is not going to be the same for everybody. Is it?
Yeah. But I don't.
No. You're falsifying.
I don't subscribe to like the destructive part of the red pill ideology though. Like where you always limit yourself and your beliefs. I don't subscribe to that. I'm more of like a changer. So whatever that right now, the world is changing like at a different angle. Things are changing. Like we have coronavirus now. It's affecting people differently. We're seeing a higher rate of mothers out of work, for example, got more than 3 or 4 kids to look after. And red pill ideology, it takes current stuff that is happening, and it says stuff like, oh, it could basically red pill is always centered upon the man. You get me? So the way he thinks on that.
Yeah.
Well, what does that mean, though? It's centered on the man, but it takes a man and a woman to develop things. So shouldn't it take both?
I know, yeah, true. It does. But what I'm saying is, yeah, me growing up, I haven't had I wouldn't say I've had all the experience I need to be. Not gonna confident in myself all the way. So I needed to get some boost from certain places. The same way females do it by getting a boost from feminism or something. It's just the opposite side of the spectrum.
Yeah, but women.
I believe. I believe red pill is not as toxic as feminism or any of these other stuff.
Well, how many people that you are going to meet are going to be feminists? I don't think there's going to be
I'd
many.
say it depends.
Bro,
What kind of in what type of woman we talk about?
Bro, every female's a feminist.
What area in there? I've seen in my own eyes the what do you call it, the more lower class a girl is, so like the more low her socio-economic background is, the more likely she is to subscribe to the feminist ideology.
No,
They
bro,
feel
it's not
like
related to fatherhood and respect of man. They don't have respect of man or fatherhood. They are
I was
going
gonna
to
ask
be
the
feminist.
brother. You know the speakers when you're watching these guys. Well, they are done men or something. Or is it all different?
yeah, you can find them on forums, Reddit, Quora, YouTube.
Are they white
hear
men?
about Sweden?
Yeah, but I believe some of the aspect is at the end of the day, I think it's all about population control. They don't want people reproducing like
No,
to the extent that they are.
No, listen, fam. You have to
Isn't are we gonna agree?
No, listen, fam. You have to understand this, bro. When it comes to look at Sweden, right? Why is it that Adan men decide to go import wives from Thailand and they don't date their own local women in Sweden? It's because of feminism.
Oh yeah, you see that about Sweden? The feminists are trying to ban a law to stop Filipino women coming in. Imagine that, Somali Hoyo.
Yeah.
It's factual. Women card like they actually. There's a bunch of feminist senators. They're like, because rugby waxay guursanayaan naagihii Sweden, innit? Nimankii high rate naagahan Philippines came in with guursanayaan.
So isn't it easier? But isn't it easier to ban the feminist ideology than to
No,
stop
you can
people
never ban
importing?
that because they're always gonna think like, bro. The thing with these women is that they get mad that men have options more than them. We have the whole world. They only have a select few men they can talk to. They're not gonna get men from Africa or Asia.
Are these red pill guys? Are they only against like feminists?
No, they get
Yeah,
it's
more
extreme. No, but it's extreme, bro.
More time.
Let me ask you a question.
They're not gonna get into these other guys though, that the LGB guys and all that.
Yeah, you know, is people who subscribe to this ideology are more right wing in their posts.
Do they go into them though, or they only
They're more
get
conservative. Listen, most Salafis are red pills.
Most who?
Most Salafis.
Salafis.
What? Sorry, repeat that again.
Silly.
What?
I don't know, man. I feel like Mo, you're throwing out some mad statements out there. Wallah.
Baffled.
Abtigis, tell him again, fam. But let's be real. There's nothing wrong with red pill, bro. Like I said,
I never saw that connection until like right now though.
Why do you need red pill? Why can't you be who you are?
Red pill, actually, how they?
No. Miss, why do you have an issue with red pill?
I don't know what it is. Look, red pill and men go their own way is anti-Islam. That's what Sister Muna said. I think she's a new person as well.
But how are they conservative at the same time?
Hold up. Let me tell you
What makes
something.
them Salafis, bro?
Women hate red pill because it puts them in a situation where they don't get what they want. Too bad. This is life. The men have to get what they want. We don't want to get the money. What do? You know what I'm trying to say? That's the shit that we're trying to do. We're trying to maneuver the Western dating scene.
Oh, you're on another path then.
Yeah.
Western dating scene. Carry on. We don't need you.
I don't care.
Western dating scene. SubhanAllah.
Now this is what I'm saying. This is the thing about these movements. Yeah, Dean take us out of something.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
No. I'm not gonna put.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm all in moderation.
Moderation. You can't moderate anything that's like this is anti-Islam.
He's a young man, isn't it? Like
both young men.
So the thing is, like,
what does that mean? I don't get it. What does age have to do with it? Like,
age has a lot to do with it, man, bro.
And
people talk, but you don't know how it is on the ground. It's easy to talk. I go outside every day. I see what it is. Men lie, they fake a certain persona to act or to be like women. I'm the only one that keeps the same energy to females, which makes me the realist. Most guys will switch up and go 360.
What sense? Oh, I don't get it. Like, what you mean? They act up to everyone, not just women. Like they're fake to everyone. You're saying?
No, for females.
Are they only fake to females?
No, no. I mean, yeah, they conform. Yes. You see, you see that guy Myron from Fresh and Fit. That's the realest one out there. He keeps the same energy to men to females.
Who?
He doesn't switch. Myron from Fresh and Fit.
Don't know who that is.
Oh man, you see, this is why you're.
Who are you talking about?
Bro, let me tell you something. Yesterday I
talking
went
about
out, right?
show.
Yeah, yesterday I went out, right?
Man's talking about some keys and
Listen,
that.
There's a podcast on YouTube, yeah. This is what it's about.
Uh-huh.
You see what this man I'm talking about, yeah. He's a Muslim Sudani, but these guys basically what it is, yeah. They got this podcasting. They bring in, these only fan girls and a group of them. Do you get where I'm coming from? And they degrade women. Like basically they put a bunch of young
my
girls in a
Lord.
room that's all holes
Yo,
and
Khaled,
no,
don't do
I
that,
don't want
Khaled.
to.
Don't do that.
I don't
Khaled,
want
don't
to
do
bring
that.
the no. Really, let me just line up. I'll give you the whole floor. I'll give you the whole floor now that after
No,
this.
because you.
From
Okay,
my
go ahead.
perspective, from
Who
my
said
opinion,
that? No, him then. He's mad.
it's a podcast in it, and they're kind of basically
Yeah.
they're going off the expense of just the two guys. Basically, one of them was mid-model, Kakalawas with these guys. They look like they never got chicks. They weren't popping when they were young. Do you get where I'm coming from? Bahali Arbe semester and a little show.
Oh,
It's on YouTube. They bring in these
is
guys.
it one that got?
You get what I'm coming
I think I've seen it. Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
Is one of
Fresh and
them?
Fitness, Munanos. And
One of them's got
for
a dress,
me,
and the other one's like, yeah.
no, it's not them two. That's the Ethiopian guy. You're thinking about Preach and other guys.
Ah,
So these
the
guys have
Ethiopian
made a
guy. Yeah,
phenomenon.
yeah.
Now they do just reaction. These other guys, Fresh and Fitness, and only find girls, your strippers, you're in the middle of Miami. You know, America's different, innit? So Hablero, insecure, daddy issues, but Kenya. And so look, there's a market for this. Like Kevin Samuels and these guys, market win based semester, innit? Yeah. And it's for me, after you take a step back in it,
Yeah, that's the thing, man.
That's all they're doing. And at the end of the day, this ain't Dintana, Dagan Maha.
And it's all about how you grew up, innit? Like
And
we
how
grew
you
up in
grew up.
London. We grew up in London, for example. Like our adolescence was quite different. Like the brother was
Yeah.
saying earlier, it's all about what you do with your energy, innit? We consumed on our energy with probably playing football, whatever we was doing, right? Yeah. But most of the time, me personally, I weren't really friends with girls, you know what I mean? I grew up with girls, but I grew up with guys as well, you know what I mean? Like, there's a separation between the two.
Exactly.
There's guys that are close to girls, innit? They go out with girls, they go to these places.
Them shisha boys.
I've
Like
never
you just
grew
see
up that
guys that will sit
I've never been
there
that
with a
kind
bunch
of guy,
of
you
girls.
know what I mean? So like, there's different guys, and young people will probably
There
are young men like that. I grew up getting advice from my uncles, my peers, so it was different for me. I wasn't on YouTube trying to get real advice, and I don't need a white man to boost my confidence to that young man there.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
If you
But
learn,
this is but this is
boost
where I'm
your
coming from.
backbone,
This is where I'm coming
Somalis are
from.
the gulliest people in the world, cuz. Go anywhere in the world, you will survive, man.
Yeah. But this is what I'm saying. No, this is what I'm saying. Hard talk, yeah. Me, you, and sister mom, we're in our 30s, yeah. And I think sister left as well, innit, yeah. It is like Ridley, you saying, you gotta understand from our perspective, yes, it is a different generation. I'm not saying that to Abdul Qais, like you're 20 now, and a young man Ridley's about 25, I think, right now. You guys grew up totally different from us, whether you like it or not.
Facts.
Yeah.
Like I only started social media about 4 or 5 years ago. You could actually literally watch me, except for my Facebook was around from 2009. But from then, how old were you? 2009? I was 10, 11 years old, bro.
I was 14.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you see, listen, you have to understand this first and foremost, right? Is that this is all conditioned by females and their behaviors, right? Because females have a lot of them are mentally discombobulated, right? If you treat them properly, nice, and act like a gentleman, they don't like that. This is why you see a lot of men, they go from being nice guys to assholes or to alphas, whatever you want to call it, because that's how you get laid. You know, you don't get laid by being a nice guy, by being all of this and that. Like, let me tell you a story yesterday that happened, right? There was this Trini man, right? He brought his wife to the bar, right? And taking in how his wife is flirting with everyone. She's touching me. She's touching all the Jamaican niggas. Awesome, reckless behavior. Not only that, at the end of the night, she started. Man, he has a baby with this woman. She started yelling at him and started embarrassing him in front of everyone. She was acting reckless, fam. You know what I mean? No respect, no nothing. The man was beta. You know what I'm trying to say? This is the future of men, and this is why.
What happens between them two, though? It's probably vice versa. When you don't know what happens between them. You just saw one
What do you mean? I
moment.
was there. I know exactly what happened between. Everyone knows them. What are you talking about?
And I'm saying,
Were you
Nibble,
there?
what
You're in
you saw
London,
her.
my brother. Were you there?
No, I'm trying to say to you, that what's your?
So why are you talking about a story you don't know? Let me
No,
finish
but
the
no,
story.
young man, listen.
No,
Yeah.
no, young
You're
man,
trying
no.
to break down
Talk about my
everything.
story.
You're trying to break down everything by saying you see a girl getting shot at by come on,
And plus, yeah, what are you forgetting, bro? We're not
It's
truly
moist,
Somali bunny here. Deep
Bro,
on
why?
there,
Bro, I
who
can show
bring
you
the
right
house
now.
around?
Bro,
Come
go
on.
on Reddit. I can show you right now. Somali female acting reckless. Why do you guys try to make Somali people as some righteous people? Some of them are. No, most of them aren't.
No, you're right.
Bro, everyone knows the joke with the Somali female. Even on Mali World Entertainment yesterday, they showed them how they were a joke. Everyone was laughing at them on the comment section. And they're like, oh, why do Somali men not defend us? Defend who? Defend a person that sold herself for half price? Come on, brother.
Where's this at? That's mad.
You're
But obviously, you're bound to see everything online, though.
These brothers are moving in circles that obviously we're not very familiar with, maybe.
And your name is Somali Hoyo, man. Relax, bro.
I'm lost.
Bro,
Suggestion
all
from
I'm
them.
saying is this, right? When it comes
Anyway,
to
what's this geezer
the white
saying
man
anyway?
that are born post 1991, there's no investment. It's not normal that Miskeen Scandinavian men are getting wife from Thailand. This is Adan woman. Imagine Somali woman. That's a headache and a half. Who wants that? Who wants a woman that acts like Adan and Galo, who's more loyal to the enemy than to her own brother? That's the reality. You know what I'm trying to say? You know, everyone in the comment section is talking about me, but they never show their face online. They keep talking. Remember yesterday, 2 days ago, I kept quiet, but they're still talking about me. And then he said, oh, why are you disrespectful? Bro, that's just how the energy is, man. I'm a realist out here, bro. Like, this is why I get shorties, because...
Yeah, but you can't be on Somali speakers talking crud like that, though. If you're in another, go on one of them little pages, yeah, just talk about it like that. You can't be talking Somali people like that. That's downgrading on people.
What do you mean? That's the
Yo,
truth.
I'm saying level
bruv,
up,
listen.
innit? Level up.
I am leveling up, bro. I
Go
put
back
hours
to your
in. What are you
point about
doing?
these red guys. We had a point, and then you went to Somali, cuz. Give it a miss, cuz.
I know, no, stuff like this at the end of the day, yeah. Look, listen, you ain't building, fam, when you're just mocking Hablahala. And it just gets to a joke after a little while. Bro, listen, calm down, innit, yeah? Let's get back to the red pill. Like, hard talk. Sarraganun Shekeno, man. Hablan, I all day, man.
Who's
It's
these guys?
beta.
You confidence,
Beta
bro.
as well, man.
It's not beta at all, bro. You don't know what
fucking
beta is.
man.
Men shouldn't be giving you
I don't even know. I found out on my stream of beta. I'm not an internet guy, innit?
Don't let white
Like a
man
year
give
and a
you
half ago, I
confidence,
found
right?
it.
Don't let white man give you confidence, man. That's bullshit.
What do you mean, white man give me confidence, bro? Who gives you? What do you do?
Me?
Right, because you're talking about me, right? What do you do?
You don't need to know what I do, bro. I'm not here to give my stuff back to you like that. Who are you?
Don't talk about me then. The white man
You,
talk confidence.
but
Bro. I
you
know
come
who I
in.
am.
No,
I know
when
who
it was
I am.
news, the other
Who
young
are you?
geezer, he said, what did he
Sir,
say
you
earlier,
know what are you
Khaled?
doing?
He
You're
said,
online.
I got confidence from him. I got confidence from these guys. I mean, I don't know how he got the
Doesn't matter.
confidence.
White
So,
man respects me. Does he respect you? You give Somali people probably a bad name.
We don't care about if white people respect us. Who cares?
Hello.
Who cares?
If a white man asks for your
These
hand,
man are
you're
looking.
gonna go.
Who cares?
Dude, this is gold, man. I got him. I really saw him, man. Out, man.
My
Can't
God.
bother with can't bother with these little kids' energy, fam. After it's getting too much, man.
It's with that testosterone, mate. It's tapped.
Yeah, man. This is how you get rid of the red pills in. Alive, fam. Hard talk. I think hard to. You said it the best, fam. We had a calm fucking stream today. None of that little bullshit. Yeah, red pill sort of thing, man. Yeah, you're all nagaku hanaksan. That's what I'm saying about these runners. Yeah, you're Rid. You're going to sleep tonight, man. Assalamu alaikum, bro.
No, he cracked me up already.
I can't bother, man. I can't bother to hear that shit.
Is he American?
He's I don't know, man.
And them Yankees.
don't even know, cuz man. Wallah, it's a joke.
The America though, bro, yeah. It's quite
Canada,
different
man.
out there.
It's not even that, man. It's not even. It's affecting
Different
everyone,
out there.
man.
Well, I want blood duggan, cuz.
It's never that. We got a call your all about and should have and tagging. And the guys subscribe to this bullshit. I can't bother to hear this crap, man. I'm not Somali. Like it's getting a bit fucking dead out here, fam.
No, but where's the other guy that was talking about the red? Where is he? He's there, really?
Oh, kind of, he's there. Abdi Reis, do you want to speak up? You're by yourself, man, now. You ain't got your code D with you. Speak up, man.
That what I teach us, brother. He seems like a humble brother, anyway.
This is it. Abdi Reis taking, man.
Come
No, we have to, man. Yeah, man.
It's a bit concerning. It's a bit worrying, isn't it?
Yeah.
They got no personality, so they have to go and find one, is it?
Nah, they have to come online and just hug each other. I got an eye on. You're so frustrated with it. Like, go build, do something, man. Wallah. It's beyond a joke, man. We're in two different generations right now.
The thing is, they're over 18. They're adults, really, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's funny.
They honestly need to get a life.
Yeah, for me, it's a thing where shit, I think I blocked the wrong guy, bro. You get where I'm coming from? I think I blocked the wrong guy, but they just do this. Yeah, me.
Like, God, up in America is different, I guess.
I don't even know, man. These kids, man. Fuck these kids, man.
Because
I lie.
red, what they call again? These guys, red what?
I don't know.
Red, what else? Red pill, red.
I lie.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, fam.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What are you doing tomorrow? Yeah, and about.
No, yeah, tomorrow I'm probably gonna be shooting somewhere, get some shootings done. Yeah, man.
I'm gonna show you tomorrow. My brother, yeah.
Yeah. And on that note, wallahi, I'm just gonna boom. Yeah, man. Now do your thing, man. The red pill guys, do your thing, man. You lot stay out here. You lot start complaining about hablaha. Do you get where I'm coming from? Oh. Yeah.
Khalid, Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah,
Inshallah.
yeah.
I got nothing to say on that note.
I'm baffed as well, man. Do you know what it is?